20-year anniversary of September 11th, 2001. Hard to believe for those of us that were old enough to remember it. I know a lot of you have youngsters, and they don't remember it because they either weren't around or they're just too young to remember it. So it's our job to help them remember and learn and be educated by it. And so today is the 20-year anniversary of 9/11 here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Even though it's September the 10th, it will be the last live show before September 11th, which falls on a Saturday. And so we will help those of you remember, as President George W. Bush said in the Apple TV special of 9/11, it's taken 20 years for people to forget the feeling and what we experienced. And if some of you have been watching the documentaries that some of these streaming networks have put out, it's really unbelievable. And I was trying to explain to my kids what we were experiencing and the way it felt. And we'll bring the other guys in and talk a little bit about that. And then the main show starts, and the guys will definitely do that during the main show. But it was interesting because JC, who's 19, was like, talk to me about how you felt, because now, they're growing up in a world where, oh yeah, there's another shooting. Oh, there's an attack. That's something they expect. But for us, it was an unbelievable day because that's something we had never, ever experienced. But over to my right, it is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms, and right in there, it's Eddie Van Adler. It is the Good Time Gang. Guys, how are y'all today? Y'all good?
Good.
Everybody fine?
Yeah.
Yep.
And, the Rick and Bubba Show is what you love and you hate about it. We're not going to hide our feelings on certain days. Certain days are heavier than others, and it's just because it's the flow of the show. And so today we remember September 11th, the 20-year anniversary, and so there'll be a lot of that today. I know I have actually worked out with Hobie yesterday, and he said, y'all understand, I was listening to the show when it happened. And he tried to tell me what he was experiencing because he was listening to the show, and he was like, I was like, what in the world is going on? I think Adler was talking to me. He was in ninth grade when it happened.
Ninth grade.
And what he was experiencing. It's something I'll never forget where I was, but
Yep.
It is hard to believe it's been 20 years, but it is.
How about I was?
That doesn't sound right.
No, it doesn't. I was 4 months from getting married. Number one, just graduated college, and I was at my parents' house, and I was in the bed, and my dad came up and he said, "Hey, you need to get up and turn the television on." That's all he said, and I did, and so as the days played out, I remember that being one of the first times that I truly respected what my dad did as a fireman.
Amen.
Really too young, even in my 20s, to. I mean, you talking about dumb. I was dumb.
Yeah.
And, you heard me just say that I was about to get married in 4 months. I was not ready for that. Was not ready for really anything in life.
Yeah.
At that point, I didn't prepare appropriately. But I do remember, there are those markers in your life where you remember exactly where you were, your thoughts, and that was, I can't believe it's 20 years. I'll say this, too. We've got young'uns, as you mentioned, 16, 14, and 8. Maddie will actually be 9 in a couple weeks. And what I will say about the school system they're in, and I'm sure it's like this everywhere, they do a really good job on this day of letting them know what happened. I mean, they do. They really spell it out for them, no matter the age. And so I'm thankful for that they take it that far with video and with our president, former president, and you brought up that documentary. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, and you can jump on Apple Plus. Matter of fact, I believe from what I read on September starting tomorrow, you don't even have to be a subscriber to Apple Plus. You get it for free.
Okay.
Netflix has got a good one too.
Yeah, it's called Turning Point, 9/11 and the War on Terror. And Greg, you said you saw that.
Yeah, I ain't seen all of it yet, but I saw some of it. Yeah, it's good. It's
multiple
good.
series. It goes back into
it's rough. But like I say,
in the 80s, Afghanistan and everything, and kind of gives you the history of how it all started.
So I can remember I was in Fruithurst, Alabama. working on power lines. And I remember going, there was a little store there, and we were, after it had happened, and we happened to go in that store and was watching the TV in there when they started falling, when the first tower fell. And like I say, my kids were small then. They remember being at school. It seemed like Chandler might have been at home sick that day. She was really young. And Taylor was at school, and they were, obviously they were showing it at school. I think talking about it and scared everybody to death. Right. So they have memories of being little kids. And now he's 30 and Chandler's 27.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem it's been that long.
Right.
Now they got their own kids. But yeah, I got to watching that yesterday. It brings it all back.
Yeah. Man, it really does. And
them phone calls.
Yeah.
People calling from planes and
I don't know about y'all. I mean, you get emotional, but you just get so mad again watching that. It's just how. But because I was trying to, like Tyler's 24, JC 19, Reese 17, and so JC was born October 28th of 2001. So. Terry was pregnant with JC, and we were talking about that, and so the two youngest ones, they were born into a world that of 9/11 that experienced this, and Tyler being so young, we were talking about that yesterday. I don't know, some of you can remember when you're 3 or 4 years old, and that kind of is weird to me, but it's a really amazing too because I can't, but most can't, and so Tyler, Tyler's 24, so he's really too young. He was 3 years old, or 4 years old when that happened, and so he's got vague memories of that. And when he turned 5 and 6, and then starting to learn a little bit more, and I can't remember hardly any of my childhood before 8. Can y'all?
Yeah.
I can't. Anyway, and so we were just talking about it, and it was like, now you've got all this that's going on, and you've been brought up in a world that experienced this, and you were taught this, and just all the terrorism around the world and all this kind of stuff. But nothing like that had ever been on American soil in that aspect. I mean, besides Pearl Harbor, I mean, this was the worst attack on continental U.S. that we've ever experienced, and to experience that and try to figure it out was what was so weird and sad and disturbing, because we're live and the first plane hits and we're like, what in the world?
Yeah, I thought just a plane. I heard it on the radio that a plane had hit. I thought, well, somebody's in a small plane and got out of wherever they're supposed to be, and then by the time I got to where I was going, all of a sudden we got another one hit. And I remember Lisa, she was home, and she was saying she was watching the footage of the first one, and all of a sudden you're watching it live, and here comes another one.
Yeah,
while you're watching,
and even the staff with President Bush at the elementary school, they even thought, well, it was a small prop plane, and
that's what I thought.
Boy, that was a terrible accident. And President Bush even goes back and he's like, he just thought, man, what a terrible pilot. How in the world do you make a mistake like that?
Yeah.
They never thought that it was an attack on America, and he said the first plane he thought was a mistake. Second plane he thought was an attack. Third plane it was an act of war.
I remember,
and that was his mindset on it.
I remember I thought the same thing when it first started. Then by the time I was just leaving. By the time I got to where I was going, the Pentagon they said, we're reporting the Pentagon's on fire, and I said, something's up. So,
and
well, I was just going to say this, and that's why it is important for us to take days like we are today and to have these segments, because even at 23, 24, I didn't understand the gravity of the situation. And so you have years go by, and every year you pick up on things of why this was so important, how this impacted our country, and the many lives that were affected by this. And the older you get, the more mature you get, it starts to make sense. And so there's some people out there this morning that maybe haven't understood the gravity of the situation, and today's their day. And so that's why this is important.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break for the main show. Today, we look back 20 years on the attack on America, September 11th, 2001. That falls on Saturday for us. So this is the last live show until that happens. So today we'll be reflecting a lot on this moment 20 years ago for us. And it was the worst attack on American soil, and it was something that we all tried to figure out and put together. And it was hard to do because we'd never seen anything like that before. And that's one thing I was trying to talk to the kids about last, I guess maybe night before last. It was us trying to reason out what was going on. Even the people and the footage that they show of the people there in New York on the streets, they even thought, what's that? You know, and then when the second one hit, then we all knew, okay, it's on. Yeah. Something's going on. But looking at the timeline of everything, the first plane hit the 93rd between the floors of 93 and 99 on the North Tower at 7:46 a.m. Central Time, and then the second one hit at 8:03 Central Time between floors 75 and 85 in the South Tower, and then at that point that's when we knew, okay, that was not a mistake, because there was even confusion on people that actually saw the plane go into the first tower. They thought it was an accident because nobody was thinking, oh my gosh, it's an attack. Yeah. Watching these specials that a lot of folks have put together on the streaming apps, and Apple has one, it was really amazing to see even the president's staff was trying to put this together and couldn't. Yeah. They were like, okay, surely that didn't happen. But it starts off with him jogging that morning, and just it's a beautiful day. That's the one thing everybody was talking about, is how pretty the weather was. It was such a nice day in New York City, and then he just starts off his morning with a 4.5 mile run, and then going to the elementary school, and his staff even said, hey, you got a pretty easy day. And then all of a sudden everything changes when he's there in the classroom talking about President Bush. But a couple of things struck me from that that I just never really dialed in on. One is that most of the entire time that they were in Air Force One, they thought they were a target because of a phone call they got that said Angel was the code word for Air Force One. And they got a phone call that said Angel is next. And so that freaked out the Secret Service. Now, keep this in mind. You've got the inner sanctum of the inner sanctum, as they said in this documentary. And the commander, the pilot of Air Force One, comes down to the bottom of the steps and instructs the Secret Service that no one, and I mean no one, comes past this point. Yeah. Because they didn't know if there was someone on Air Force One
they had that thought
that was going to try to do the same thing, because they didn't know. Well, come to find out, they got a phone call from someone that said, "Hey, the Air Force One is next." But then an agent, always calling Air Force One Angel, relayed the message down to the bunker. Hey, the Angel is next. And then the communication was so bad between the bunker where Cheney was and Condoleezza Rice and all them and Air Force One, they couldn't really communicate. It was poor communication, and that's one of the things they knew that they could get better, is that, my gosh, I think what they say, the bunker was so outdated. It was like 20-year-old furniture and technology down there. And you're in Air Force One, where you should be able to communicate better than anybody. They don't have satellite TV. Yeah. They can't communicate with the White House. And so they're flying around lost a little bit on what to do. And President Bush arguing the whole time he wants to go back to Washington. That's when the Secret Service had to say, sir, with all due respect, we're in charge now. Yeah. And we can't, we're in charge of protecting the office of the president of the United States. And so we can't just take you back to Washington. We don't know. We don't know how many, what were there, what did they say? Were there 4,000 flights in the air?
I don't remember the exact number, but
bunch
it was.
They tried to get down.
At that point, you had no idea who was who. And disturbing.
And hearing the FAA try to communicate with the plane.
How about if you got that? Hey guys, we're going to have to land every plane that's in the air. Get to it.
Yeah.
Get busy.
Yeah.
That's quite an undertaking.
It is.
They interviewed the one of the guys that was in charge of all that. It was very interesting. Boy, his day turned.
Yeah. When you're telling everybody in certain districts, hey, take inventory if you don't mind, and find out what planes are communicating with you and who we know is okay and who's not, and report back, please. Man, and then the audio of the from the cockpit of was it Flight 93 or 11? I can't remember which one it was. Where they finally reply back and say, we've got the plane. Be quiet and everything will be okay.
Yeah, it's 93.
Was that 93?
Yeah.
Good gracious alive. And the fact for about 15 minutes we thought we shot down 93.
Yeah, and back to your out-of-date communications at that point in time.
Yeah.
Can y'all imagine if we had social media back then? Because you think about the rumors that were going on at that point. Can you imagine what it would have been like if we would have had Twitter and Instagram and Facebook? Goodness gracious.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. This weekend, Saturday morning, make sure you've got your notifications set and you have subscribed to Rick and Bubba University. We are going to sit down and have a conversation with Damon Johnson. And, man, it was great catching up with him. A great podcast that you're not going to want to miss. His new album, Battle Lessons, is out, and you can go to DamonJohnson.com for physical copies of Battle Lessons and an updated tour date list. Also, all the news and information about Damon Johnson and what he's got going on. And he continues to perform dates in support of their Battle Lessons album, in addition to being with Leonard Skinnard right now. Because he is filling in for Gary Rosington on stage as Rosington is recovering from heart surgery. So we catch up with Damon Johnson. We've known him for a long time, and he's been on the show for many, many years, and it was great catching up with him, and a great podcast as well. Great. So that's this weekend. Saturday morning, make sure that you got everything set up, both audio and video. And if you follow Rick at Rick and Bubba on social media, we'll be sending that out too, as a good reminder. Today too, we have got not only are we looking back and remembering the 20th anniversary of 9/11, which falls on Saturday, but being the last live show, we don't do a live show on Saturday, so that's today for us. A couple of things, and we don't ever, I don't want anybody to ever feel like we've got to read my dad's poems. Matter of fact, he sends us a lot that we don't read on air. But he has sent Greg a poem called Evil That Failed, and Greg has been looking at it. And, Greg, do you feel like it is an on-air read?
Currently, he can't find it.
Now I can't find it, but yes.
That's why I printed a bunch of copies.
Yeah, but it's over there where I was sitting. Here it is.
Yeah, so we have that.
Hey, it's long, though, so I got to really – work on my breathing.
I know you do. You got to pace yourself.
Is that a 2-pager?
You got it.
Well, it's not 2 full pages.
Right. We I tried to spread it out so it didn't. I don't know about y'all, but if something's too long and it's single,
space
titled "Evil That Failed."
I'm the same way.
I can't. My
Matter of
eyes
fact,
get lost.
Do you know what I do with the brought to you bys during best ofs?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I'm telling you this, but I actually highlight every other line so that it helps me space it out because I can't space out a paper that's been printed out.
Right. So look for that today. Also, we will try to time down the 9/11 mixdown and let all of you know what it sounded like for the show live, because you understand all of this that happened. We were live and trying to figure it out as it went along, and so the big moments and the reflecting back audio of what all of that was about is mixed down into about an 8-minute segment, and so we'll play that back today as well. And then a little bit later in the show, we've got Alex and Stephen Kendrick, the Kendrick brothers. They have got a movie that's hitting theaters today. It's called Show Me the Father. And it hits today and is the first documentary film from the Kendrick brothers. And so we'll catch up with them and talk to them the last hour of the show. And we will sound the alarm. We'll do our part and let you know what game Beth Mowens is calling this weekend.
Quite the lineup.
Gnats everywhere.
Yeah, gnats there. Yeah, they're back a little bit. I'll have to give them a call.
The gnats are back.
Yeah, well, you know what that means. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the garbage around here. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. There are certain days that you step out and you just like, could anything smell any worse?
Smells like Bigfoot's rump.
It does. If I could smell that rump, it would be it. Yeah. Picture that.
That's what I've heard.
last night I was in a battle with myself, and we've talked
win?
about this.
I hope you won.
Matter of fact, okay, it's not Mr. What are you, Terry?
No, they're everywhere.
I
I mean, you acting like there's a hawk in
They're
here.
everywhere.
No,
My
so
God.
dramatic.
I thought
Try to go up
somebody
your
let
nose
some-
and get in your eye. You ever get one in your eye?
Gosh, I thought you were going to run into the window.
I'm tired of it.
Are you on fire or what's up?
I don't like gnats in my eyes.
Here's what I was in battle with myself for. Do I stay up or go to sleep?
No, you go to sleep.
Well, that did win. Now, it was a little bit later than I wanted.
I went on to bed early.
But I was watching the Cowboys and the Tampa Bay Bucks.
What a great game to start the season.
It looks like it was. I like I said, it was 14-7 Bucks when I went.
That's when I went.
Yeah, boy,
well,
y'all
no,
went
it
on-
was.
Would you
It
go
was.
to bed at 4?
No,
it was a little after 8. Okay, about 8:30.
I gave it till halftime, and then I went to bed. Started the third.
I went to bed when it was it 28-26 Bucks.
You stayed with it
I did.
long time.
It was 10 o'clock something.
Yeah.
And I it was the
You were bragging about Ed Sheeran singing.
That was weird.
Yeah,
by the way.
it was.
And I like some of
was.
his songs.
I don't, but
It was.
Wow.
There's one of them that makes me
He
really
don't
think about
fit in.
Amanda.
He
I
don't-
mean,
okay, he don't fit in at a football.
no, he doesn't.
Anyway, go ahead.
Didn't know he had that red hair either.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Had no idea.
Oh, yeah.
What?
You know how you hear
you never
something?
seen the guy?
No, have not. I have.
Until last night, you'd never
first
seen.
time I saw it, and
My
so
goodness.
when I hear
Wow.
there's
I've
certain
seen him, and I don't even.
when there's certain songs that I really like of his, and then
Yeah.
I see him. You know, there's those people out there that you see for the first time that you've talked to or you hear, and you go, "Well, that ain't nothing like I thought it'd be."
Yeah.
And this was one of those cases for me.
Okay.
Well, the Bucks successfully began their Super Bowl title defense on Thursday night NFL. It was on NBC, and it was against the Cowboys. They hosted the Cowboys, and they beat them in a thriller, 31-29.
Thriller.
Kicked a field goal, I think 2 seconds left on the clock, and beat them 31-29. Brady had 379 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. Prescott had 403 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. That 1 interception, it went right through Lamb's hands, and then the DB caught it. But I think a lot of people, and nobody's into moral victories. Look, when it comes to sports, you either win or you lose. I get it. But I think everybody thought that Tampa Bay would kind of take care of the Cowboys a little bit more than they did, and Cowboys wouldn't go away.
Yeah.
I think in the NFL there are times when you can have moral victories because it's not like college where you need to win about every game you play, unless you're in the SEC and you lose one and then you win the championship.
Yeah.
But in the NFL, I will say I was pleasant as a Cowboys fan. Everybody wants to win, and I certainly did too. I wanted to wake up this morning, grab my ESPN app, and the Cowboys won. Okay, that's what I wanted to see.
Right.
But when I grabbed my phone and saw 31-29 or 31, what was it 31-29? I was I was like, okay, that's not bad.
Oh,
And
you can drop one. The Bucks were 7-5 when they went on their run to the Super Bowl.
there you
Right.
go.
You know,
But
you
the fact
can
that they
drop
were,
one in
the
the NFL.
fact the fact that they're returning everybody the way they are, and they
Well, they got
kept
the same
everybody
team.
intact is
Yeah.
really something else. And their front seven, oh my gracious.
Yeah, they play. You can't run on them.
You really can't. And I think Ezekiel had like 30-something yards. But, I mean, they just went away from it and started passing all night. But I was like, okay, if I didn't have the kind of day I have today where there is no break, and then we got high school football that
You
I know
got-
you're
you got a
going
long
to.
day.
I mean, we're going to look up. It's 10 o'clock tonight, okay?
Well.
Then I probably would have stayed with it because, like I said, it was a 2-point game when I went to bed. So
If you were already that late and it's a 2-point game, I may have to stay.
yeah, I mean,
You
but
were
it
already late.
still had the fourth quarter,
That's true.
you know. So
I'm gonna tell you, the NFC East looks really good for Dallas.
oh,
And
Carol,
that's-
hey,
listen,
hey,
But
you
I'm
need to
saying
calm
that
down.
it looks
Hey.
really good for Dallas. They're
There
not
it
going to be
goes.
playing
And
Tampa.
there it
They're not going to be
goes.
playing Brady every week.
hey,
Okay.
hey, whoa.
Washington Redskins, hey, y'all good. The Giants.
The Washington football team, buddy.
Well,
Be
whatever.
politically correct.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Eagles. Hey, I like my chances over there in the East.
Yeah.
NFC. See, that's what you got to think about in the NFL.
Okay, but
Calm
I'm
down.
just telling you to calm down.
Well, it may be the year of the
Okay.
Cowboy. Okay, it may be.
Careful, careful. I will say this: they're on everybody's radar now. As to being, oh wow, they're a little better. Okay.
Of course, we don't know.
We don't.
No, I'm just
We
saying
don't.
from the get go. What we know is what we saw, and then that is that they play
If
pretty
they
good.
can stay healthy.
But I got a whoa too.
I'll tell you who I was impressed with last night, and I don't know why it surprised me. Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a night.
Well, it surprised
We
me that he
forget-
didn't get in trouble before the game for
That's
fighting
exactly.
somebody or cussing out some chef that he didn't pay or something.
So,
If you can just get him on the field,
yeah.
The man's unbelievable.
for 4 quarters, if you can just get him there.
Just get him
Now-
there.
Now, the time between games, who knows?
He just needs a handler to get him back.
Yeah.
You know? So, Reese and JC are in these fantasy football
Yeah, Braden
deals.
is too.
And
He had
Me
Amari
too.
Cooper last night.
and they're all talking trash too to all their buddies and who they're playing and all this kind of stuff.
I'm glad I'm not the only one
And
in this world.
so JC had had some folks that was playing last night. Of course, Reese had Coop for the Cowboys and Tom
I said
Brady.
Braden's got Amari Cooper.
And Tom
That's
Brady.
all I heard last night. Was that a Cooper? Was that Cooper?
Fournette, JC had
Calm
him
down.
and didn't do that well. He's going to be hurting. But here's the deal. JC said, "Man, Dad, I cannot come in last place." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, the person that comes in last place, we're all meeting at Buffalo Wild Wings, and you got to do the wing challenge or something." I'm like,
That's
"What's
funny.
that?" And he said, I don't know, but
Eat
it's
hot
not
wings.
good. Yeah, you got to.
Real the
I'm talking about
extras.
really hot wings. And I'm like, so he said, so I cannot come in last place. And I'm like, well, don't. I mean, I don't.
some hot wings.
I said, don't do that. I don't want you in last place either. But he was dialed in last night to say
Fantasy football.
say the
Yeah.
least there. Pretty good game. Pretty good.
At one point, I had to say, "Hey, Braden, as a Cowboy fan, are you for the Cowboys or Amari Cooper?"
See, that's my
Right.
point. You're getting this fantasy
Like,
thing. You kind of
goodness
You start cheering for individuals, not the team.
exactly, and
Yeah.
if you don't know who to cheer for.
Right. You're
When
right.
he was playing against a guy that had CeeDee Lamb.
Oh.
So he didn't want CD to do well.
No,
and I'm
yeah.
like, buddy, I know CD's dropped a few passes. You're happy about that, but calm down. I need him to catch them.
Come on, 88.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes till top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We're live. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business, simplysafebubba.com. You know, I've got simplysafebubba.com. Love Simply Safe. Their ultra-wide 140-degree field of view, 1080 HD resolution, and I mean, got like eight times the zoom. It's good stuff. What'd you say?
I said, you something.
Yeah, I like Simply Safe.
I like it too.
I like the doorbell camera. I like my HD camera.
I like when you pull it up and
I like it.
and we see people like out there with packages.
You want me to bring two sponsors in here at the same time? You ready for this?
Go for it.
Yesterday was the termite inspection
Oh,
at the
yeah.
house.
Did they leave the little sign at the end of your driveway when they do it?
Oh, yeah. Everybody knows.
I pull up and I go, there it is.
There it is. But this was the biggie. This was, I'm going to check all the stations, and I'm going to go inside, too, so I had to be there. But guess what? I got the notification that they were there because the cameras the cameras were going off.
It's simple and it's safe.
And I saw that, hey, somebody's on the property, and they had already communicated, hey, I'm coming.
Yeah.
But they said, hey, I'll go ahead and start outside. By the time you get home, we can go inside.
I see it.
But I knew when they were there.
That's right.
Because of simplysafebubba.com. That means every door, every window, every room is protected along with your property. And to learn more about the new wireless outdoor security cameras, you can go to simplysafebubba.com. And right now they're offering 20% off your entire new system, plus your first month of monitoring is free when you enroll in interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. So check that out. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so
right there on your phone.
We've got, don't forget, it's got an app. Look, don't hate.
I like it. I love it.
Don't hate.
There ain't nothing to hate.
All right, then, Thompson
I
Warriors.
was just trying to help you out.
I know it's game day, buddy.
You like to get everybody involved in those.
Yeah. How you feel like you think the defense will be good tonight?
Well, I hope so. They've been playing really good.
You look like you're on the staff.
Do I?
Yeah.
Okay.
What if you're the guy that gives up the first touchdown?
I know.
Yeah.
Because it's going to happen.
It is.
The high school where Greg's son Taylor coaches.
Now you're mojoing. What are you talking about?
No, it's facts. It's what's happened.
Yeah.
I'm not mojoing. I'm not saying what you're going to do. I'm just asking because it looked like you were on staff.
You were being
168-0, 3 games. I'm just going to let you know.
Yeah.
That's the score.
I hope. Never.
Damon Johnson is our Rick and Bubba University podcast guest. He's got a new album out, Battle Lessons. He's also with Leonard Skinner going right now.
He's a busy man.
His new group, Damon Johnson and the Get Ready, they're on tour as well. DamonJohnson.com for all the information.
I listened to a little of that yesterday.
Yeah,
the Get Ready. That's some good music.
Oh yeah. He's always fun to catch up with, and yesterday was awesome. They've also got some other stuff going on that we weren't able to get into the podcast that we'll promote here during the main show coming up. All right, so every now and then we try to help the audience, don't we?
Oh, so we're going there.
And I feel like
sometimes
I feel like it's pretty informative on how maybe to contact us and how not to. Yeah. And Helmsy, I think you've got a little bit of lesson for everybody. Go ahead, kid.
Well, I mean, y'all are in agreement here. We got an email, and I love getting emails.
Sure,
I respond.
I like it.
I have certain email things that I do. So, for instance, if it's just sent to me and me alone, I will respond. Mm-hmm. If it's sent to that's one of my rules. I have a couple rules, and then the other one is if it's a group message to the team, but yet they're asking a specific question for me, then I'll respond. And then if I feel like I can bring something to the table in my response, I'll respond then. If I don't feel like I can bring anything to the table, I just delete it and move on. I read it. There's no sense.
I like to read some of them. I don't always respond.
Well, that's
that
me.
Don't mean I don't like it.
But if it's sent just to me, I always respond. Okay, that's one of my rules.
Look at me.
And then, but if it's just to if somebody takes the time to type up an email to me, I feel like I probably need to respond to them, even if it's just a simple, "Hey, thanks for sharing this." You know that. I mean, you want to show that you want to be thoughtful on these things. But I do think there are teaching moments for our audience, and y'all are in agreement with this. I'm not on an island here. There are certain ways.
What if
you.
What if we were on an island right now? Huh?
Oh,
Say.
We were in here, and he was actually on the island.
But we wanted to be on the island.
Well, I just know how y'all are with these things. Y'all get me to read it, and then you act like you don't want to have anything to do with it.
That's exactly what's about.
So I know. I know what's coming.
Clearly on you.
And so,
I don't really have a problem.
Well, at least you got a plan.
Well, then if that's the case, I'm going to stop right now. See, this is why I don't want to move forward, because y'all are just going to hammer me.
Go ahead, buddy.
Even though during the break you were all in on this.
Go ahead, Rules.
I was kind of.
This is the, if you want us to read and respond, this is probably not the route to take. Okay, here's the subject. Will you read my email seriously, please? Seriously is in all caps. It makes me feel like you're screaming at me. And I know all of us got this. The first line,
Wait,
I
did
don't
you reply. If it was all of us?
I don't send you junk. No, I don't have to respond to this one.
First
and by
of all,
my
this person
rules.
never sent us any great stuff before.
Yes, they have actually.
Okay.
By the way, I recognize the email, and I've interacted with this person before.
I just killed an ad.
And
They're everywhere.
I don't send you junk is the first thing that they put out there.
Oh, and respond.
Will you guys please listen and respond to me, please? Now that sounds desperate
That's
because
two
you've put please twice.
It's like me talking to Terry, please.
And you put please in the subject. And then they go to give us really good information, but it's nothing that we can't find. It's probably we see this every day.
I thought this was some news that
I did too.
Maybe that he had got from somebody he knows in the FBI or something.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know. And so I'm gonna stop there because it's simply nothing more than stuff we can get off any.
You're just saying
website.
How to get us to respond is probably not.
I don't send you junk. Will you guys please listen and respond to me, please? Will you read my email seriously, please?
Okay.
Please,
I will.
I don't. That drove me nuts when I saw that. I'm just being honest about it.
Okay.
I just don't think you start an email like that.
Probably not.
You don't get our attention.
I don't know what you're so mad about.
I know. Yeah, here you go, Greg.
I actually appreciate our listeners trying to inform us
buddy.
of things.
I'm sure you respond to all of them.
I do. If they're just to me. And I put stuff like, oh, yeah. Stuff like that.
I would like to just tell the audience, don't like send us really, really long emails.
And double space if it's got a lot
if you
of
can.
words.
I mean, like, no, he's all over this. If I see a long one that
And
has
it's not double space.
Oh, I'm out.
Oh.
I'm out. I tried. You know what I try to do? Scan down to the bottom.
I know.
Because then they finally
I can't
go.
follow the line. I keep jumping lines.
No, we love y'all, but then you finally go.
But
But
it's
hey,
a
look,
big one because it's real tiny.
But this is why I'm calling.
Tiny
or
font,
emailing
not double space.
Here's what I want to tell this person.
Tiny
Your
font.
own record.
I'm talking down to him.
No, if you'll listen, your own record
I feel
for
bad for
sending
you.
us some really good stuff. So don't act so desperate with this one.
Oh.
And
We know you
again,
don't
to
send
Greg,
junk.
to your point, Greg, this is something I can go to USA Today and get.
Yeah, I'm like you.
I thought I was about to read some really,
Wow.
you know.
I know what you're saying. I felt the same way there. I thought, well, this is some information we don't have access to.
Wow, I just felt like they were talking down to me a little bit.
Push you.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour has begun, and we start this hour with the national anthem. Eight minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler have all given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba radio network, the podcast archives, streaming on the TuneIn app, live and archived on the YouTube channel. So they're with us, and now the whole team goes forth. Across the way, there he is, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba, how are you?
How about it? How about it? Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
By request. I wish we would. I wish we would. Everybody say.
Sage Mountain Baptist Church Orchestra and Choir and their version of Lord, You're Holy by request today, and for good reason. If everybody's wondering what the answer is, that's it. That's it. Turn back and give him what he only is due. And honestly, I have mixed emotions about the 20 years of 9/11 today. We certainly will pay tribute to those who who died, and we certainly will pay tribute to those who tried to save lives. But the sad part, me conflicted today, is we didn't learn anything. We learned nothing, and we continue to make the same mistakes that we didn't learn a thing. I think we have turned worse. We're more evil today than we were then, and we are more against God today than we've ever been. We learned nothing. So that's my mixed emotions today as we walk through this. But the honoring of those who died and the honoring of those who were so heroic, that deserves their time, and we will certainly do that today. But on the downside, we didn't learn a thing.
And I think part of that, and it's something that really has not been talked about as much as I think it needs to, is that look at the chaos we're in today.
Right, exactly.
It's really bigger than, are there terrorists going to be in Afghanistan again? Are they going to blow up buildings? Look at the chaos our country is in. Look at the COVID-19 that we're dealing with now. Look at our response to it. Look at our federal government.
Unbelievable. We learned nothing. We've learned nothing.
It's a zoo. It's an absolute zoo.
Total chaos and just depravity. And it's almost like we looked at God in the 20 years since and says, we're going to actually turn against you and more than we were then. We turned back from him for just a brief second. You know, everybody packed in the churches because they were afraid some terrorists were going to kill them. And then we returned back out not only to what we had before, we went worse. And why do y'all keep thinking there's going to be a different result? That's the part I don't get. Y'all don't. Can we not see what's going on? You know, there's another word for pandemics, plagues. 17 minutes past the hour. We'll come back and we'll start unpacking it on. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We be big as a number, and we will get into the 20-year. See, we're not going to be on the air. The actual 20-year anniversary is tomorrow, not today, for 9/11, since this is 9/10. But we won't be on the air tomorrow, other than best of shows will be running in a lot of markets. So today we'll kind of walk through, because we were live on the air when it happened, and we'll start all that next hour. But first, we got to talk about the state of this place. Yesterday, and we have the video, President Biden's announcement yesterday involving the federal government trying to see if they can't mandate vaccines and making employers who employ over 100 people.
Why did they pick 100?
I don't know, but why do they do anything? But
there's a reason somehow, and I'm not trying to lead you into an answer, but there's some reason they picked that number.
Probably is what Fauci said. He probably said if you got 99 down, you're okay, but if you got 100 more, that's the kind of sense we've been hearing lately. Here is the president in his announcement yesterday. Here we go.
As your president, I'm announcing tonight a new plan to require more Americans to be vaccinated to combat those blocking public health. First, we must increase vaccinations among the unvaccinated with new vaccination requirements. But we need to do more. This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Sounds like
So
it.
tonight, I'm announcing that the Department of Labor is developing an emergency rule to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated or show a negative test at least once a week. My plan will extend the vaccination requirements that I previously issued in the healthcare field. Already, I've announced we'll be requiring vaccinations at all nursing home workers who treat patients on Medicare and Medicaid, because I have that federal authority. Tonight, I'm using that same authority to expand that to cover those who work in hospitals, home health care facilities, or other medical facilities, a total of 17 million healthcare workers. Next, I will sign an executive order that will now require all executive branch federal employees to be vaccinated, all. And I've signed another executive order that will require federal contractors to do the same. If you want to work with the federal government and do business with us, get vaccinated. If you want to do business with the federal government, vaccinate your workforce. The vaccine requirements in my plan will affect about 100 million Americans, 2/3 of all workers. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin. And your refusal has cost all of us, the vast majority of you who've gotten vaccinated. I understand your anger at those who haven't gotten vaccinated.
I don't know anybody angry.
I understand the anxiety about getting a breakthrough case. That's where boosters come in.
Oh, boy.
The shots that give you even more protection than after your second shot. Get vaccinated.
Oh, my gosh.
Never had a marketing class.
I'd like to
You know, old as he is, I think he'd be smarter than he is.
Well, but Bubba.
That goes back to
Yeah.
get vaccinated. The faculties that have
Well,
been
guys,
lost.
it's just, I don't know. I have so
I've got
I
a
don't even-
word
I'm
that I'm
speechless.
just fighting not saying. Greg knows what it is.
Bubba, to your question about the 100, and I don't know that this is the actual answer, but the smallest hospital that you can imagine has roughly 100 employees. So my guess is that's what's going on. We're looking at the smallest 6 to 24 bed hospital probably has around 90 to 115 employees.
See, that may be it.
I don't know if
there's
that's it or
something
not.
there.
I'm trying to rationalize it as well.
Well-
That's where I went first.
Here's a couple of points about this. You know this is going to be met with massive resistance.
Oh, my goodness.
Massive lawsuits.
Oh, yeah.
We're no closer to getting anybody vaccinated than we were. Biden once again dividing us, telling us that the vaccinated population
Working
are
against
mad at the unvaccinated.
This is so
well
bad.
again.
So
and
bad.
I'm
the
mad
point-
at Speedy. That's
the
it.
point has been made that if the vaccinated are fearing the unvaccinated, that wasn't a very good vaccination.
No, and so that's such a simple point, but it's so profound. If the unvaccinated people are dangerous to the vaccinated, then the vaccination didn't work.
No, it really didn't. Now, here's the thing, too.
Is somebody afraid to say that?
Biden had a line in this.
On the variant. It worked on the first one, but it's not working on the variants.
He was attacking the governors of states that were not going along with this mandate idea. He said, if these governors won't help us beat the pandemic, I'll use my power as president to get them out of the way. Bigger than the pandemic.
Much
bigger than people dying.
Much bigger.
This is a complete shredding of the Constitution, illegal, and as Ted Cruz pointed out masterfully, in court cases, it's not just about the law, it's about the intent. And again, his chief of staff retweeted or tweeted something and said basically this was the greatest workaround in history.
Yeah.
Joe Biden, I'm praising for his workaround.
Oh, my God.
Well, see, you just blew your court case.
Yeah, you did.
You're not right. You're nowhere close to right. This was a get around. This was us getting around the Constitution. Ain't gonna help you in a courtroom. I shake my head at the level of understanding these people have. I'm not that smart, but at least I know it.
But what gets me is the left tries to tell you that they think the answer to everything is let's all just get along. But they're the most divisive people I've ever been around.
They're the biggest bullies we've ever had. And it's crazy. Hey, forget your governor who you elected. I'm going to run roughshod over your state laws, your state constitution, and the federal constitution while I'm at it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's the theme song for those of us with natural antibodies. It's as if we're invisible and as if we do not exist. All right, so Court Buddy. Let's talk about Court Buddy here. We love this system because many reasons. But the main reason that people do not continue to work on learning to play guitar is because it takes so long for you to actually start making music. And a lot of times you get frustrated with it and say, well, with Chord Buddy, it's like training wheels on a bicycle. The first day you get the Chord Buddy and you attach it to the neck of the guitar, whether you get the guitar from them or you have your own, you'll be playing music the first day because you just press a button, it holds the chords, and there you go. So if you would like to get the Chord Buddy system, simply go to chordbuddy.com. Also, they've got some great guitars right now. We had a huge order come in. So if you're looking for a guitar, they got some great deals on that, too. We've got a big shipment of those. So it is the learning system that has been voted the #1 guitar learning system in the world. So get yours right now for less than $50 by going to chordbuddy.com. Chordbuddy.com, or go to rickandbubba.com. Find it there under the sponsors button. Bubba, let's flash back a minute before we continue to talk about this. Now, yesterday, it's as if Joe Biden, which he may not, doesn't remember what he said in December 2020 during the height of the pandemic when asked about forcing people to take vaccines. Here is the president in December 2020.
No, I don't think it should be mandatory. I wouldn't demand to be mandatory, but I would do everything in my power, just like I don't think masks have to be made mandatory nationwide. Okay,
so in 2020, the reporter asked him, do you think the vaccine should be mandatory? And the president, this was just December, of 2020. This was less than a year ago. And he said that he does not think they should be mandated, nor will he mandate those. So we can write down, can't we, that President Biden said one thing in December, he just said another yesterday.
Yep,
can we say, well, he's not alone. Nancy Pelosi also says that the government can't require a vaccine. Here she is.
So here's the thing. We cannot require someone to be vaccinated. That's just not what we can do. It is a matter of privacy to know who is or who isn't.
So we're even talking privacy. I mean, you can't. Ain't nobody's business.
Huh?
Only the left
got my mustard mask on.
I'm talking through my mask, and
please.
So can we say whether you are, no matter how you feel, no matter what you believe, no matter what is your worldview, can we? Because Bubba and the guys here, we're kind of working on things we can come together on. Mm-hmm. Can we all agree that President Biden and Nancy Pelosi said to us less than a year ago that the government cannot make you take this vaccine, and now just yesterday they said, oh, yes, we can. Is that true or not true?
That is exactly what you saw.
Okay. Just want to be sure.
Yeah, but really.
Hey, how about this dog on these recordings?
Now, I want to
they'll get away with it, though.
I want to point out something else, too. Sitting yesterday, and this is where these people do not think this through. I'm not a constitutional lawyer, nowhere close to it, but I hold court on the back porch sometimes. Okay?
Yeah.
What these idiots don't realize with this line of thinking they're trying to jump the Constitution with, do they realize what they're opening the door to?
Oh, but never. They never do.
If the president can declare a national health emergency and to save lives, force these edicts at the national level, at the federal level, then the president could also use this same precedent to declare abortion a national health emergency and simply outlaw it when the next Republican goes in. Do they realize that?
Yeah, because this
same thing.
Yeah,
same thing. Yeah. I mean, do they realize what they're doing?
Well, I heard people talking about yesterday. They see what they all got in their little meeting and decided to try to do. They're trying to go down this emergency thing that we do have available. But they're saying this is nowhere near meeting the test for that. Mm-hmm. I mean,
on the news last night, right. and this was the thing, I have to tune in just to get my own, to see how they're presenting this. We have all this buildup. The president wants to force vaccines on 80 million more Americans. Joe's number, the president's number himself. The very next story in the lineup was about the federal government suing the state of Texas So women will have the right to control their own health care and control their own bodies.
It's unbelievable.
Back to back.
Unbelievable.
And of course, you always have the soundbite of some lady saying, "No man is going to tell me what I can do with my body." Yeah, that's standard. You get that every story.
Right, yeah.
So those were back to back on the ABC national news last night. And I'm sitting there going, golly, I can't really, I can't.
I know.
Seems like you're contradicting yourself.
Well, think about how long how many things you can unpack on those two. The thing of people say, well, I mean, if you what's your this choice on whether you want to get vaccinated or not? I mean, it's for the good of other people. When that one is said, it owns me. You know what would be hilarious in the grand scheme of things, and I'm talking spiritual, which is really all that matters, by the way, at the end of all this. But and of course, we wouldn't make an adjustment there if our life depended on it. And by the way, it does. But anyway, wouldn't it just be such an ironic thing if in all these people that have been aborted under birth control, just I don't, 98%, they're all aborted because of birth control. I don't want them to take the option of adoption. I don't want to have to carry the baby. All that. Wouldn't it just be ironic if the person that would have been the scientist that would have developed exactly what we need to eradicate this from the world, we took that person's life in the womb? Wouldn't that be ironic?
Rick, I don't only think it's ironic. I think you can probably count on it because that's the way things happen.
Yeah.
The guy or the lady who was going to find the cure for cancer.
I mean, you never know. I mean, who knows?
You just I think we'll get a bigger picture, big playback on it.
But that would be ironic. But again, we're trying. What we're doing. See, this is that tribalism before. See, when you get inside a tribe, you just list the things that you want them to be, and you don't. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be any consistency. Because if someone says, even on the moral stage, I must make my own moral decisions, and I will face God in my own decisions, which that's we all kind of fall in that category. Well, then but nobody is going to force anything on my body. I'm going to make this choice myself. Now we can debate, which we believe there's someone else in play. Because again, we've said this 1,000 times.
Science has shown us that.
Our debate on abortion is way off. If we want to talk about us as humane creations, however you see us as human beings, whether you think we're evolved above the animals, or some of you question sometimes, and some of our behavior looks a lot more like animals than it does humans. But
I'll give you props on that.
Sure. But anyway, I think we all believe, no matter how you think we got here, that we have I keep hearing this even from the left, we have a responsibility to act humane. Now they pick and choose what that means. I got all that. But if that's the case, then the all of this is about life. And we can't say it's about life over here, but it's not about life over there. We have to decide as human beings, do we have the right to deny life to another human being? That's where the debate is, and you can't get anybody to have that discussion. I'm talking about what science says. I'm not saying that my spiritual convictions have to be forced on you. I'm not saying that at all. Okay, I have them, and then I see the world through the prism of that. But there's been people who do not believe in God that still can look at science, however you think human life is formed, and come to the same conclusion that we do see where life begins. And that doesn't have to be through a biblical prism. That can just be through science, because science has confirmed it as well.
And it really gets down to that question, because we have laws against murder.
Yeah. Do we have the right to do it?
When does life begin?
Right.
We need to settle that decision, and then that will clear all this up.
And so back to that again, do you have the right to go to, which, remember, we used to all agree that life began outside of the womb. We don't believe that anymore.
No, we've seen that change.
But I think most of us agree that, like, everybody in this room is alive. Okay? So there's no debate about life now. Okay? Do you have the right to potentially affect or kill another human being with a pharmaceutical forced upon them if they didn't choose themselves? Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen, and I'm not even saying the risk of that is very high. But when you start saying you have no choice But to take this, and here's the thing we all know, just if we want to be in the adult world, and if you don't believe this, just go back and hear their own quotes. We all know that if President Trump had just had that press conference yesterday, the left would be crying in the streets that an experimental drug that was rushed to market is now being forced by the tyrannical Trump on people, and he can't do that. It's not right.
He's a fascist.
Fascist, tyrannical. We would be hearing that. Now, if you don't believe that, now come on, we can't even have a discussion. At least give me that.
And add he's getting his orders from Putin.
Yeah,
throw that in there too.
You would be screaming, and I probably would be screaming it with you. By the way, I would be screaming fascist, tyrant. I would not let President Trump force this thing on me because he doesn't have the power to do that. That's not America. So I'm consistent. I wouldn't let any president force this on me.
Yep.
Okay. But the left, the way you see things when Trump does them and the way your own guy does them, you're inconsistent. But you have an emotional worldview, so what else should I expect?
Mm-hmm.
But this is good. It's like I told you guys yesterday, and it was Danny Wood. And I don't know where he learned it from. It may not be his original thought, but he said when you come to a situation that's problematic, you have two buckets. One has a bucket of water, one has a bucket of gasoline. And I'm sure he wasn't the first person to say that. I don't know what it is about this administration. They always throw the gasoline.
Yeah.
They don't even have to. Yeah, they don't know how to throw that bucket of water. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll start the look back 20 years ago, the attack on America. Actually, 20 years tomorrow. But we will not be here, so we will do that today. But, Bubba, let's continue before we get to that next hour, unpacking the things that are going on right now that are making a lot of Americans extremely uncomfortable. And that is the overreach of the federal government and the scare tactics and the threats and the scapegoating of some of our citizens on a pandemic. And you had some stuff yesterday that was really concerning.
Well, the healthcare industry's caught right in the middle of this.
Yeah,
and we've been getting emails. We constantly do. We have nurses concerned, doctors concerned. But this was sent to me yesterday. And to me, this is very concerning. It's on the stationery of the American Board of Internal Medicine. Mm-hmm. This is one of the certification groups that make your doctor a doctor. Right. Okay. So the Federation of State Medical Boards, which supports its member state medical licensing board, has recently issued a statement saying that providing misinformation about COVID-19 vaccine contradicts physicians' ethical and professional responsibilities. Okay? Mm-hmm. This was sent to all the internal doctors. And any of you listening that would like to chime in on this, I'd like to hear your take. It says, and therefore may subject a physician to disciplinary action, including suspension or cancellation. They use the other word, I can't say. Yep. Other medical license. We at the American Board of Family Medicine, the American Board of Internal Medicine, and the American Board of Pediatrics supports the FSMB's position. We also want all physicians certified by our board to know that such unethical or unprofessional conduct may prompt their respective board to take action that could put their certification at risk. They're threatening your doctor, internal medicine doctor that you go to, primary care people, with pulling their certification if they don't hold the company line on COVID-19.
Right.
Now, what does that mean? The evidence, and they go down, I'm not going to read it verbatim, they warn them again about spreading misinformation or falsehood to the public during a time of a public health emergency. The evidence that we have safe, effective, and widely available vaccines against COVID-19 is overwhelming. We are particularly concerned about physicians who use their authority to denigrate vaccination at a time when vaccines continue to demonstrate excellent effectiveness against severe illness, hospitalization, and death. Blah, blah, blah. They go on. It is signed by the head of the American Board of Family Medicine, the head of the American Board of Internal Medicine, and the head of the American Board of Pediatrics. And basically the nutshell is that these doctors, if they don't get behind the vaccine program 100%, they are being threatened with not being doctors anymore and their certification being pulled.
Wow. And like I told you guys yesterday.
Now, that should be scary to everybody because, and I do agree, we have some very good vaccines right now, but this has become such a hot button issue. You have to approach this. You can't approach it with, it's like the old joke about socialism. If socialism is so good, how come everybody goes to it at the end of a gun barrel?
Exactly.
You know, it just does not make sense. Why are y'all so hell-bent on forcing this on everybody? If it works, it should take care of itself. Natural immunity. We act like that doesn't even exist. Boy, they'll give you props on it on every other viral disease out there, but for some reason, it's a dirty word if you mention it now.
No, you can't even talk
Any
about
of these therapeutics you take to try to lessen the load, you try to lessen the viral impact on the very head end of this, out the window. It's vax or nothing. Vax for everybody or nothing. Vax or you're not going to be a doctor. Bottom line, they're being threatened.
Well, and the thing that concerns you is
I got it right here.
Yeah,
not making it up.
I don't want to go into a doctor's office and that doctor be talking to me about what we need to do with whatever I'm facing. I don't know if y'all know this. There's a lot of other things out there other than COVID. I don't know if y'all know that.
Right.
But whatever I'm facing, I do not want my doctor to be talking to me under anything else other than his or her expertise and convictions of what he or she thinks is the best treatment. Their convictions. I do not want to be treated by someone who is doing what they're doing and saying what they're saying under fear of repercussion.
That's
not what I want.
Not only from their boards of certification, but also from their corporate structure, where it's been barked down to them. They have to do. You know why you go to your doctor? Because you trust him, because you like him, because he gets good results for you, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to one and you don't have those things, you need to go see a mental doctor,
right?
Because you got a problem.
Well, and I'll tell you this: I don't even have to like you if you're the best.
No. Well, you get results for you.
Right. I could find
Keeps
you.
you
I could find your personality repulsive, but when it comes down to somebody needs to work on my heart, I don't need a good guy or a good gal. I need the best. But I need them operating from their expertise and their convictions on treatments that work and don't work, not fear of repercussion from some board.
The bottom line in this is they don't like doctors who are telling people, hold on your vaccination till your antibodies go down. Try these therapeutics when you first get it as a way to reduce the viral load. It is vax or we're going to bust. Which again, me, for somebody who believes in vaccinations and is not terrified of this one, it's about the third time I was ready to go get one, and then this says I ain't.
I'm
not doing that.
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, it's
seriously,
not working. It's
3 different times, Rick. I was ready to go get a vaccination.
I'm in the exact same boat, Bubba.
Because I do believe in vaccinations, and I do think it will help my immune system fight against these whatever variants are coming. But then, when I see this, we leave science. And this sounds like what the Crips and the Thugs do to each other. What the heck? The Bloods and the Crips. This is a shakedown is all it is.
Yeah.
From people who are supposed to be there to help us out. I've never seen anything like it. We have lost our cotton-picking mind. Somebody help me.
And it's
Somebody help me, hell.
And it's terrible marketing. Terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the hour. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Somebody.
6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here this hour. Your phone calls start the hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, privileged and happy to be part of the Rick and Bubba party. Going on 28 years, top of the year, if we make it that far.
Tomorrow,
Lord willing.
20 years ago tomorrow, nation attacked on 9/11. Sadly, our nation learned nothing from that, but we do need to remember those whose lives were the people that were murdered, and also the heroes that not only were heroes throughout the process of the attack, but also went and waged war to make it difficult for those who planned the attack to be able to finance and train and do attacks like that. And we can say that job has been done pretty well because there hasn't been one. Of course, now things are changing again, and there's, now it's becoming chaotic again in that part of the world. But anyway, and as far as us as a nation and the way our wake-up call spiritually and morally was zero.
Yeah, about 30 days.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
About
So anyway, all right. To the phones we go, but we will we'll go back because we won't be here tomorrow. So we'll do our tribute today, and we'll discuss more of that coming up this hour because this is the hour when it actually happened when we were on the air 20 years ago tomorrow. Let's go to James in Birmingham. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I visited my doctor to try to get informed, and he. About 3-4 weeks ago, and I've had COVID naturally. I tested my antibodies; they were high. My doctor said that everything they learned in school is that I'm better protected or just as good with the natural antibodies, and my antibodies were very high. But my whole thing is, what happens when they force the vaccination and then you have to keep getting it every 6 months? Is it a constant forced vaccination?
Well, that's the door that has been opened, and that's what you're hitting on. And even people that really don't even see the world the way we do, your Bill Maher's, your Jon Stewart's, these kind of people, a lot of people are going to say, now, are you just going to start shooting us up with stuff every 6 months, every 8 months? So if you open this door that the government can make you do it through your employer or however they do it, or if you work for the government through the government.
Did you notice he didn't mandate you to go get vaccinated? He mandated your employer to make you be vaccinated. Mm-hmm. They're trying to play a game here. See.
Well, what they're missing though, it really is idiotic. I'm going to go that close. Is the medical field is the last I think we saw about a third of people that we need as first responders and nurses, a third, okay, are going to walk off the job, and so now our hospital situation. See, some of y'all, you got to pay attention. We don't have any hospital beds left. You know what that means? Sometimes don't have enough nurses to man them.
That's exactly what it means.
It doesn't mean the bed's sitting there with somebody in it.
No, right.
It means we can't service the beds we have.
Correct.
Because we ain't got enough people.
Right.
So this is only going to make that situation worse.
It's even bigger than that, Rick, because what you're going to have is you're going to have the third, that walk away. But then you're going to have another 25% or another third walk away because they're overworked and tired as it is, and this will put them over the edge.
Correct. See how it's just rolling down the
They don't get that.
No. I mean, do they think any of this stuff through?
Yeah.
And is it ever going to cause anybody to pause, just anybody, that a third of the people that won't take it work in the medical field? Hello. I mean, it's
right.
Does that so even people in the medical field say, yeah, I won't just take anything.
Yeah, and a lot of their mindset is
they had
not,
it already.
That's it. Is they're exposed to so much that they have the antibodies.
They have the antibodies.
They have an immune system like a rusty nail.
Absolutely.
Man. And I will go ahead and say this: elephant in the room. Most of them, I say, they have their natural antibodies. There's some are saying I've treated over 500 COVID patients, and I haven't caught it because I have natural antibodies because I caught it early.
Right.
But there's also elephant in the room. Okay. Some of them are young childbearing females.
Yes.
And they don't want this vaccine because they're concerned about the effect on the reproductive system of young females of childbearing age. Now, I know y'all may not want to talk about that, but that is legitimately the case. And some of them don't have that concern,
Right. No.
but some do.
That's, yeah, we've met them.
Yeah.
And look, I know y'all can go, I know we've said this 1,000, but you got to say it all the time because people come and go.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, 2 of the staff members here are fully vaccinated. The other staff members have natural antibodies. We're not anti-vaccines. We're not anti this vaccine, but we are anti being mandated by the government and told you have to do the vaccine. That's where we land.
I'm
so
not
save your email.
I'm not jumping on the field where y'all are having this vaccine iron bowl.
No.
Where I have to be on one team or the other.
No, that's where we're landing, y'all.
This is not about the actual safety of the vaccine.
No.
This is about what the government can and cannot do, and they take these things like pandemics and all this stuff where they know people get afraid. They try to terrify you. We're also forgetting that the survival rate is 99% in every category.
Higher, even higher.
Yeah, and I'm just throwing 99% because it's actually higher than that.
Yes, 4 numbers past the decibel.
Yeah, unless you cannot take care of yourself and you're in some kind of assistance.
Correct.
And you're over 70 something years old, then it's 94%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean it's 70 plus with help, 94.5, 70 plus on your own, 97.6. Everybody else, it's less than 1% death rate. And we're acting like that it's so deadly that we must bring the federal government in there and give everybody something that, by the way, can't even keep you from getting affected with the with the variant, Delta variant.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even protect you from a breakthrough. It doesn't protect you any more than your natural antibodies do.
Yeah. And also, it looks like the Biden administration pulled the word mandate because that was left out. Now it's the word's required. So just pay attention to that.
Required, compel, all that means the same thing.
Yeah, it does. It does. But because there's video of him saying mandate, that you shouldn't be mandated, now they're going to go away from that.
I see what you're saying. They're trying to take that word.
So there won't be a contradiction.
Right.
Yeah, I got
Oh, the games we play. Tennessee, Will, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, you guys. Green Acres, Monkey Grass.
Thank you. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, man, what about us guys that never get sick? I work in one of the most high-risk fields possible, and none of us have gotten sick.
But what do you mean? Where do you work?
I handle mail every day.
Yeah, well,
I handle mail every day.
Yeah, well, there was a rumor that the postal workers would be exempt from this, about 650,000. But upon further review, that is not correct.
Yeah, well, if you look into it, it's still you can't say they're exempt. You're right, but you can't really say that they're going to get mandated either. It's kind of unknown. So you shouldn't say they're exempt. You're right on that.
Here's the quote.
But it's a little bit.
Here's the quote.
It's got a little bit of.
Make of it what you want to. The White House now says that UPS workers, United States Postal Service workers, are part of the federal vaccine mandate order under OSHA jurisdiction, though technically not under the executive order.
See what I'm saying there? There's that little bit of gray.
And now go to the last sentence
Just
of the
a
story.
little
Last
bit
page.
of gray
Flip
right
all
there.
the way to
Hey,
the
by
end.
the way, trying to play an OSHA case on this is a stretch.
I know.
I mean a stretch.
Yes.
That OSHA thing
Keep
won't ever
going.
stand up in the Supreme Court. It won't stand up.
There it is.
Okay. The Postal Service operates outside the executive branch, so it is not subject to presidential orders applying to government employees unless specifically named in the order, according to the Washington Post.
See the gray?
So I don't know what that means.
You see the gray here?
OSHA, they don't fall under the president.
They'll never get the OSHA case. Never. This is such a stretch trying to use OSHA on this. Stretch.
Well,
I mean, it's Stretch Armstrong.
Have you seen how OSHA has stretched?
I mean, stretch. Yeah, but the Supreme Court, I know John Roberts would be for it, but they'll still lose.
You can't use a paper towel without a page glued to the wall telling you what's in it.
Stretch Armstrong. Stretch. We'll be back. We'll continue with your phone calls, and we'll continue to move forward.
I want to hear from some of the doctors. Did you get a letter yesterday?
Yeah, right.
Rick and Bubba.
pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another. All right, 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Obviously, we've talked about the mandate that is now called what, Speedy? Because we're changing the word mandate to what?
To requirement.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love our
compelling requirement.
Don't you love how much fun we have with words? How obsessed with words we are.
Yeah.
But if you're on video saying that you will not mandate a vaccine and now you are, you probably want to come up with a different word.
Yeah.
So I understand that. But anyway,
Rick Biden lied and people died.
Biden lied. We don't.
Y'all started all this.
But wouldn't it be funny if Trump tried this just to watch the left talk? You know, the way they did talk about when they thought he was going to win, when they said that they wouldn't take any vaccine, that he rushed to market. You remember that?
Yeah.
But anyway, so this, by the way, just know
Kamala
this.
Harris was the first one that I heard say it.
Just know this out there. Make wise decisions. Really concentrate. You know, do your research. Talk to your doctor before they tell them they're going to take his or her license. And just
while they're still in business.
But you just need to know all this other circus you're seeing is political. It's not medical. It's not scientific. It's all political. So just know that, and then go out there and try to see if you can not listen to all the noise and do the best that you can. And I think the states. I know our state is already moving to say, no.
Our governor has already said basically, said, look. Appreciate you there, Mr. President, but we've already made a decision here. It's not the government's choice to be in this.
I think she called it an outrageous overreach.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, used to, yeah.
And I agree with our governor. And our governor shouldn't have got mad at the people who hadn't got a vaccine. She did that too. But I like that she seems to say, it bothers me. I don't like it, but the government can't do this. So we can agree on that.
We have common ground.
We do on that. So anyway,
maybe she'll call the show today. I know she listens regularly.
We don't, Bubba. We don't have anybody. I'm gonna try this one because it works in the medical field. But the doctors are laying low today. I think they're like, oh boy, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But
look, call anonymously. We're not going to give your name.
But here's Kelly. Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, my daughter and I both work in the medical field. We work for the same company. I'm 52. She's 24. I have been vaccinated. She has not, and I respect her decision not to do that. I see her worried. But from what we understand, the company, the employer, can't make her get the vaccine, but they can force her to get tested every week, and she has to have a negative test every week.
That's right.
Which again is fine, but they said they could put the cost back on her.
Yeah, remember the government is masterful at this, or any tyrannical force is masterful in this. If you catch us where we can't quite do what we want to do, we'll try to make your life so miserable that you'll just give in to us.
And they've been saying that on TV for weeks.
Yeah. So you said the cost of the test will be back on the person who has to be tested?
They could put it back on the person being tested, because they have to be tested every week. And so the employer's not going to pay that. If you're not going to get vaccinated, here's what we're going to make you do.
Yeah. I think that.
Well, what is the cost of the test? Because, I mean, when we've got it, it's been covered under, insurance, or they were doing them for free for a long time. What is the cost of a test?
She has been tested. She actually had COVID. And when she was tested, it was covered under our insurance, but I don't know how insurance will cover.
So you don't remember the cost
every single week.
You don't remember?
This may be a different deal. I'm sure the insurance companies will be trying to wiggle out of that one.
Oh, you can count on it. Joe in Alabama, you know what they'll say? But you wouldn't have to be tested, even though don't you still have to test vaccinated people
without insurance?
Since they can get a breakthrough,
you're looking at about 100 to 200 without
insurance. Okay, but wait a minute. But this doesn't make sense because vaccinated people can catch it and pass it too. So we don't test them? Anyway, all right.
That is what they said, to require people to wear masks again. They said people who've been vaccinated can give it to people and transmit it.
Can catch it and get it.
It's almost like, you know how Eddie Haskell used to lie and it'd catch up with him? You can't lie on all sides because you start contradicting yourself.
Yeah.
If you just go with the truth, it's a lot easier. Or the great, hey, we're not sure.
Joe in Alabama. Joe, go ahead, buddy.
What's going on, fellas?
Fired up and ready.
I heard that. Listen here. My personal physician, who I've been seeing since I was 15, I'm 42 now, told me when I asked him about the vaccine, absolutely under no circumstances should I get it or anybody else get it because of all the negative side effects. Here's the fun part, because I'm a reservist in the military, I have to get it. And
I bet that feels a good place to be.
You fellas, I'm not too happy about that.
Well, you know,
and your doctor is going to be prosecuted by the certification board.
I wonder if your doctor got his letter yesterday. Well, I mean, he's really violated.
No,
by saying not only do I not think you should be forced to get it, or that I don't think you should get it.
He may be in a cell next to Bill O'Reilly for this.
Good callback.
So, buddy, I'm sorry, but the military, that's a different game. I mean, the military has the right to make you do all kinds of things.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And you kind of give up some of those rights when you go into the military.
How much longer you got?
Yeah, right. You probably won't renew. See, that's going to hurt that. You're going to have people say, well, I was going to get in the military, but I don't want to get in the military and then be forced to take it.
If you think the hospital bed situation's bad now, just wait. Just wait.
Let's go to Angie in Gadsden, Z93. Angie, go ahead.
Hey, guys, this is a question for Adler. I know that he got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and I did back in March. I was wondering if he had his antibodies tested and see where he's at. I think I'm going to do that today just to kind of see where I'm at. It makes me a little nervous. I'm hearing people that have had Johnson & Johnson, they go get their antibodies tested, and they have none. So
I have not heard about that.
I didn't know.
I have not had mine tested. I have not heard about that. I got that Johnson & Johnson as a precautionary measure about a month out from hanging out with my grandparents, and it was just a risk that I was willing to take as far as wanting to be able to hang with my grandparents. I will not be getting boosters or anything like that. I don't think. I'm done with this, guys. I'm just done.
Okay. Angie, did you have any adverse side effects to your vaccination?
I had none. I had a sore arm. That was it. And I'm really gonna have to weigh it out. If I don't have antibodies, I'm gonna have to really think about this next vaccine.
Angie, too. Why did you choose J&J? There's not a right and wrong answer. We're just curious.
Well, at the time they were giving out the vaccine, there was Moderna, and you had to kind of be a teacher or a healthcare worker. And I really didn't know which one to do, but I just prayed about it, and I put my name on several lists. And when my name came up, Johnson & Johnson was the one I got.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been drawn to it for the one-shot thing alone, and the fact that it's kind of an old-school way we've done viruses, or done vaccines, I'm sorry. But so I would have been drawn to that, too, I think, if I had not have antibodies. But Johnson & Johnson, you can't really get anybody to talk about that vaccine right now. We'll come back. We'll take more of your phone calls. Phone calls after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Hey, if you are a music connoisseur, you're going to enjoy the conversation with Damon Johnson this weekend.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Bubba and I could have talked to him for 3 hours. So, Damon Johnson, our guest.
If you love music at all, Rick, Damon has played with, it's like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I mean, he's on,
and
come on.
His stories and his experiences with this was amazing.
Yeah, he's played with Van Halen, Aerosmith, Robert Plant, Steven Tyler, Sammy Hagar, John Waite, Alice Cooper, Thin Lizzy, Black Star Riders. He's been in his own bands, Brother Kane, of course, Whiskey Falls, other projects. He's got a new one right now called Damon Johnson and the Get Ready. And, boy, they got a great album. We'll talk about that a little bit. And he'll be playing with them in Gadsden, where it all began. There's a festival coming up on October the 29th, and Damon Johnson and the Get Ready will be there. And it's called Riverfest at River Rocks, Gadsden, Alabama, October 29th. So,
and, Rick, he's got a new song out that I really like.
Oh, buddy, it's good.
It's a jammer.
It's a jammer.
Yep.
And also we owned him when we claimed that a famous producer had produced one of Bubba's acts. And he goes down hard on that one, doesn't he?
Yes.
All right, so we got an ER doctor on here, so we'll talk to this anonymous doctor. So weigh in. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I was what I heard say.
Oh my God!
What you want to talk about?
You broke up, Aaron. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I was just saying that you had said none of the doctors are calling in this morning. I'll talk about what you want to talk about. I will say, I'm definitely against mandating everybody to do so. But what's the question?
Aaron, I guess because I had I got a letter from a doctor and a couple of other doctors had verified. Did you get a letter from your certification board about mandating or about your choices not to tell everybody to get a vaccination?
So I have not yet. I'm under a different college of medicine or under a different board in internal medicine, family medicine.
Okay.
In emergency medicine, we have our own boarding system, and I have not received anything yet. I very well may open up my mailbox today and have it, but I have not yet.
Okay. Fair enough. So, that's kind of what we were curious, just to see how widespread it was and how that was being taken by everybody.
Well, you have made it clear that you are not for some government mandate of the vaccine, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and we know the vaccine certainly so far so good with it in overwhelming majority of the cases, but
you would recommend it though if someone had not had it though, right?
Oh, I'm a huge proponent of the vaccine. I think it is saving thousands and thousands of lives. I think even though it's not as effective at preventing getting COVID now with the Delta variant, it is still. And this is all my anecdotal. I know you love that word, Bubba. This is my anecdotal.
It's anecdotal.
Well, Fauci taught us that. I never used that word before the Fauci.
Yeah.
Well, this is just in my experience, the people that are coming in that have gotten the vaccine, even if they are positive, they're going home.
They're having a less difficult time.
Yeah. But we did get, in all fairness, now again, it's anecdotal too, but we did get they sent us the actual, here's what our hospital looks like, and in their case, when it came to the ICU, and again, we're only talking about less than a dozen patients, that in their ICU there were vaccinated patients in there, and when on the vent there were actually one more vaccinated patient than there was unvaccinated.
But that was just one.
I don't doubt that at all.
Yeah,
I'm just off of what I've seen. They're doing a lot better if they are vaccinated.
And I totally agree with that. But I also believe from the things I'm seeing from medical doctors and scientists, even those that are all for the vaccine, they're not anti the vaccine, nothing like that, but they are saying we must stop acting like the natural antibodies do not also protect people, because they do.
Yeah, where are you on the natural antibodies?
I mean, so it's like y'all always say, it's not studied enough. Let's be honest. I mean, it's not. I have no reason to think that, and I could be wrong, obviously. All of us could be wrong. I think if you've gotten it, I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be protective or even as good or
even better than the vaccine. I have no.
Well, just the way that the way the body works. Yeah, because isn't that what we're trying to do with the vaccine? Someone who doesn't have any antibodies, we're trying to give them antibodies
or make them produce
make them produce antibodies.
Absolutely.
So if my body has produced them naturally, isn't that what we're trying to do with the vaccine?
Yeah, but obviously I don't. Like I said, I don't have the hard data on that.
Sure.
My question is, with our testing and everything, we aren't testing necessarily the correct, and I know y'all have tossed it around, the T-cell antibodies to really know how much your body is actually fighting.
Right.
So, and y'all may or may not agree on all this. If you've had it, I still think within, some reasonable amount of time, I think it's very reasonable to get a vaccine on top of that, because your immune system is going to fade, just like if you just had the shot, it's going to fade eventually.
Right. Well, I think what people are afraid of, and I'm not for fear, because fear is when people start panicking, but I think what people are concerned about, that's probably a better deal, is that this type of virus, which I think we all can stop all the pretending that it was not part of gain of function and it did not get out of the lab. I think more and more we're all starting to at least be open to that's likely happened because of the behavior of it as well. But that we're going to get into this never-ending cycle of booster after booster after booster after booster. And is it ever going to end? Are we constantly going to have to be taking something else? Is another variant, another variant, another variant? And I think that's what people are concerned about, which I hope with that concern, I hope we will do more research on T cells, because we do know we're seeing T cells in some people. We don't know to what degree. So we really need to research that, because if there is some herd immunity working alongside the vaccine, we don't need to ignore that, because that could actually be good news.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You said it. This is way more politicized than anything. So,
which is sad.
If they can give me some data about the booster shots being effective, I'm all for it. Honestly, when they open up for a booster shot, I will probably get it, and that is mainly for me protecting the patients that I'm coming in contact with every day.
Yeah, Aaron, I was going to ask you which vaccine you had.
I had Pfizer back in February.
Okay. The other thing, are we correct in what we're hearing that we're not going to be able to vaccinate away this particular disease because of the animal reservoir? Is that correct?
That's beyond me. I don't know all. I'm not a virologist. I'm not a specialist in that area at all.
Yeah.
If it acts like, most viruses do that spread this quickly and mutate, my opinion, I wouldn't think we would be able to vaccinate this into oblivion. It's much less stable than, the viruses that we do, all the childhood viruses that we vaccinate for.
Sure.
It's probably more similar to the flu virus. We have to get a vaccine every year because it changes.
Right.
So I don't see this going away. I mean, this is going to be, we're going to be stuck with COVID, but hopefully we get better and better, as we already have. There's no doubt we've already gotten much better.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
With preventives and treatments.
Absolutely.
Aaron, let me ask you this, because I want to be sure I understand this. What is the difference in the childhood viruses, the polio and all of that, versus the flu and COVID? You said there was a distinction, and I didn't fully understand that.
Well, those viruses, they are, and again, I'm not a virologist. This is simple emergency room doctor. I take care of gunshot wounds, heart attacks.
It's good to know you, Aaron.
You know what? I thought I recognized your voice.
Yeah, haven't I seen you before?
Those are more stable viruses as far as everything I would know. They don't mutate a lot, so you can adequately vaccinate a big enough, you can get to the herd immunity on them. And if they're not mutating every year, then it's, you can get a handle on it.
Yeah.
Whereas the coronaviridae, influenza, rhinoviruses, adenoviruses, they mutate a lot more quickly, and there's no way to really get a handle on it.
Yeah, and so it is true what I've heard, and you're right. And I know you're not a virologist. I'm not saying that, but the virologists are saying this thing is not acting the way we would like for it to act, which means it does seem to be
a moving target.
It kind of seems to be kind of an advanced virus, and that goes back to some of the concern that it may have been part of gain of function. We don't know that, but we certainly, now we're kind of getting real basic about it. It came from the area where this laboratory is located, and it literally has it on the sign.
Hey, Aaron, thank you so much.
Thanks,
man.
Aaron.
We appreciate you calling.
Thank you, buddy.
Glad to know you're on the front line.
Let me tell you
my friend.
something. You folks that do
You're a great American.
You, all of you there that do the ER stuff, man, we're so thankful for y'all. We really are. I mean,
Y'all have a good one.
You got to be called to that.
Yeah. Thank you, Aaron.
15 minutes to the top of the
Dr.
hour.
Aaron.
We will play our 9/11 tribute tomorrow. 20 years ago, America was attacked, and we'll let you hear what it sounded like on this show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. It was 20 years ago tomorrow that we were here on this program at this exact time. And all of the things that we now know as the attack on America on 9/11 begin to unfold right here on the show. And here is a compilation of those moments.
What once seemed unthinkable has happened.
The World Trade Center's on fire.
To grasp the enormity of it is almost too much for the heart to bear.
Really on fire.
September 11th,
Huge explosion.
2001.
Thousands of people in the building.
It is a date that will be etched in history,
Flames.
engraved in stone, and in our memories.
Look at all the fire.
The day of the attack on America.
Oh my God!
Another plane.
Another plane.
We are under attack.
Are we under attack?
Yes.
Another plane just hit it. Oh my God.
This looks like it is some sort of a concerted effort to attack the World Trade Center that is underway.
We knew it was coming. Here they are.
Oh my God!
Did y'all see that?
Someone told me love would all save us.
That was like a 737 looking plane, wasn't
It
it?
hit the other one. But how can that be?
It hit the other Trade Center.
Look, here it is in slow motion.
Oh, this is terrifying. Oh.
We're under a terrorist attack. Where's the military?
Terrorists took over planes and it forced them to crash in.
Something bizarro is going on in New York.
Yeah, we had lunch in the top of that building. Can you believe that?
It's unbelievable.
The plane was possibly hijacked and flown right in.
Other countries live with this kind of stuff, on a weekly basis. We're not used to this kind of stuff happening right here on the soil of some kind of bizarre attack.
World isn't ending. It's love that I'm sending to you.
Both World Trade Center towers have had kamikaze pilot attacks this morning.
18 minutes between the two planes.
The plane has now slammed into the Pentagon.
Look at that.
Y'all, the building has just fallen on New York City.
The whole building.
The whole building just collapsed. Look at that. The Pentagon is on fire.
Well, and I tell you what, we need to be hitting our knees.
God is in charge, and He is the one and only living God. It is time to hit a knee.
This is the air I breathe.
And it was time to pray for His intervention and pray for His mercy
This is the air I breathe.
and for His protection of this country and the people in it.
Your holy presence living in me.
Of course, things happen that we wonder what they're about.
It looks like it is snowing in New York City right now on the ground.
This is my daily bread.
It is white dust everywhere.
This is my daily bread.
It was just a spray of bodies falling everywhere.
Your very word.
People are weeping coming out of there.
Say a prayer as Rick and Bubba Army.
That's the second tower, y'all.
Is that the second tower just fell?
Yeah, that's the second one. Now both towers have crumbled.
My God.
There are no World Trade Towers in New York.
Plane crash 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh.
You think the pilot said, no, I'm not going any further. This is it.
It could be a hero who said no. I hope everybody at churches all across this listening audience, I know that people of faith are joining hands right now because you believe that we are a nation that was blessed greatly by God, and we need to pray for his intervention here.
We are now learning that the FAA is shutting down all takeoffs anywhere in the country.
We're reliving December 7th, 1941. This is a major attack against the United States of America by multiple operatives and attacking multiple targets, all in a synchronized and very organized way.
If you are in the military, did you ever think, if you're these pilots, that where you would be circling over the rubble would be New York City?
It's amazing to see America come as a united one.
Does that make you sick to see that shot right there? And that's America. Does that upset you?
It really does.
What is standing is under a cloud of debris. Boy, it's disturbing.
There are people out there that feel like we are evil. And that we are their Satan. And that's the way they look at this country, and they look at every one of us as being disposable.
This is the air I breathe.
I would never, ever say that we shouldn't pray in a situation like this.
Oh, I know.
This is the air I breathe.
If the people who are responsible for this, whoever they may be, if they had nuclear capabilities,
they would have used them today.
They would have used
September the 11th.
on September the 11th today against America.
May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
So there it was. Very well done. Speedy put the audio of that together. Adler has worked and masterfully put together the video that seemed to go along with things that we were able to get later of the things we're actually saying. Good job by both of them. And so that is what was happening, kind of a montage live on the air 20 years ago tomorrow. And I can't tell you how many people that I've met over the years that remember being in their automobile or at home and were listening to the show as it was unfolding. And so the timeline just started at the beginning of this segment 20 years ago tomorrow, and then continued all the way to about 30 minutes left in the live show that day. So we'll come back. We got another hour coming up. We can let you reflect on 9/11 with the 20-year anniversary tomorrow when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, it is another hour of Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. 20 years ago tomorrow, the attack on 9/11, we played back compilation, audio and video of what was happening on the air with this show 20 years ago tomorrow. That'll be available to you if you missed it live, available or want to share it. We'll have it out on all of our social media platforms, and it will be in our audio archives today, as the show is every day. The YouTube archive, it might get delayed a little bit because of the archive of the whole show, because of some of the music in it, but I don't think it'll be like canceled or anything like that. But it may not be available to you as quick as it usually is, but it should be okay. So there's your two options.
That's how they get you. Rick.
That's how they get you. So
that's how they get you.
There's your two options to catch it on your own time, and you can grab that. So Bubba, it was an unforgettable day. There's no doubt about that.
No, it was. And it wasn't here. On the show, we were live on the air as it was happening, and we'd never witnessed anything like that in our life. I mean, we had heard from our parents about what the attack on Pearl Harbor was like, and also the assassination of JFK, how that was shocking to everybody. And I think really in our time, the two I can relate to is 9/11 and when Challenger exploded.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of had the same feel to it. So, but we ended up staying on till after lunch. And it was incredible. I mean, and at one time, I've said this 100 times. We thought we were going to be under 100 plane attack, and the possibility of 18-wheelers loaded with fuel smashing into bridges. I mean, you didn't know because they just kept coming. It seemed like about every 30 minutes another something was spotted. So
we'll never know where Flight 93 was going. Many think it was either the Capitol or the White House based on the Pentagon attack and the towers.
Yep.
But you just hit it, Bubba. The thing that I recall as far as the most uncertainty was, as Bubba said, it's a whole different feeling when a war has been brought to this country. Yeah. We're not off somewhere fighting. We keep getting updates on it, and we go on about our day and still hit our meeting 3. How's it going over and so-and-so? No, we thought to ourselves, we are citizens living in a country that's now under attack, and the enemy is here. They got here. They've infiltrated. They're among us, and we don't know what they're going to do next. I can tell you that feeling, as you said, Bubba, that's a feeling that we had not experienced, nor had any American in a very, very long time.
And the fact,
as far as the lower 48,
right,
other than the Civil War, that'd be a never before then.
Yeah. I mean, you have to go back really to like you said, Civil War or the Revolutionary War for any battles to be fought on our soil. And it was a wake-up call because we were caught so flat-footed.
Oh, yeah.
We were not ready for it. It didn't fit.
We ignored warnings.
It didn't fit our defense profile. You go back and you can connect the dots after the fact. When people are taking flying lessons, but they keep skipping the lesson on landing.
Yeah,
that should be they tell you up front, I ain't worried about landing. Just teach me how to take off.
Yeah,
you go, I should have rung a bell.
Probably down here in my notes, make a little initial that.
But it was just so.
I don't know. We had a lot of demand for pilots who just fly, take off.
Yeah,
and don't land.
It was just so foreign to the thought process, because we had hijackings. And it was always just give them what they want, get the people off, and then we'll deal with them on the back end. Get the people safe. So this kamikaze thing was a throwback to World War II and the Japanese, the Empire of the Rising Sun, and we just hadn't seen it. And it was just, I don't know of anybody who said, yeah, that's a great idea. It just. I'm sure people had wrote about it and thought about the possibilities, but it was so foreign to me, and it was happening and unwinding. We had young kids. I mean, I remember calling Betty in one of the breaks. I said, I don't know where you are, but get our kids, get home, lock the door, and don't unlock it till I get there. Because we didn't know. We didn't know what was going on.
No, it was a very helpless feeling because you didn't know what was going to happen next, and that elevation. I remember the elevation of Tower 1, which we all thought was just some pilot that lost his way in a small plane.
Yeah.
Then then you see that second plane. We all experienced that live.
And we saw it. We saw how big it was
and we were
when
like,
it hit.
Well, that was a big one. And then when you heard the Pentagon, and I thought, well, it's on
now.
They're dropping out everywhere.
Yep.
And it was a very uncomfortable feeling. To the phones we go. Dalton's in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Dalton, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say, I really enjoyed the audio and the clips y'all just played. I was in second grade when it happened, and I remember, essentially us doing what we do normally during like an intruder drill. They turned the lights off, and they did turn the TV on with no audio, and we watched it. But it's really concerning that I just hope people my age, not to be cliche, but they never forget what happened, because it seems like today, with what Biden's doing, I mean, it's just disturbing.
Well, we can say for 20 years, there are enemies, which I'm sure, especially after we killed bin Laden, I just don't think that they said, hey, we're kind of done with attacking America. So I do believe the war that we engaged in and the 20 years that we went on offense, you can't say anything other than it worked, because we have not had another attack. But when you think about right now, we have all these people jumping on planes out of Afghanistan, and only 7% of them we know who they are and why we wanted them out. The other 93, we don't know who they are or what their deal is.
And we're trying to vet them, and there's an effort to vet them. But we had a report that one of the holding places, I think it was in Virginia, where they were taking Uber rides out of there.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, and who knows?
If I was a terrorist, I would slip somebody in on the people getting out. That would be a pretty smart move.
And you know what?
Part.
We got to figure out where they are so we can mandate a vaccine.
That's right.
Matt in Tuscaloosa. Matt,
were the
go ahead.
Afghanis vaccinated? Is it right now?
Probably not. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Rick, I wanted to ask you a question. I feel like after 9/11, our churches were fuller than they've ever been. True. And it seems like the vast majority of our churches dropped the ball on the issue of, spreading the gospel and taking control of the situation and using that as a springboard. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on how the church fumbled that.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that. I don't. You have to understand, at the end of it all, you can't make people repent, submit to the authority of Christ, and continue to abide in Him and leave spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity. You can provide all kinds of opportunities for people to do that. And you can preach with sweat rolling down your face the truth of the Word of God, but it's really up to individuals whether they respond to that or not.
Yeah.
And so do I think that there's some things that the Western Church could improve on? Sure. It's run by, flawed people. But when it comes to this, from my own experience, I don't know that the gospel could have been preached any clearer during this time, but that doesn't mean, you can say, and I tell you what, if you've been redeemed today and you publicly, acknowledge that before men, and you're baptized and now you're on your way, and here's the small group Bible studies we have, here's the opportunities we have, here's where we're teaching the Bible, here's where you can grow, and the person just says, it's the church isn't closed. The Bible studies aren't closed. There's great Bible studies available in this country if you'll just make the effort to get involved in them. So I still think the responsibility ultimately will land, as it does with all of us, on you and me as individuals. What are we going to do?
Matter of fact, I would even argue that you have more access today because of technology than we had 20 years ago.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's there for the taking.
It is, and I don't know that I didn't really see the church, when you say the church universal, fumble that really. I think that's just more on people.
Yeah.
And if you look at Scripture, it seems to always be that way. it seems to be a remnant. It's never really a long-standing, big-time macro movement. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour in the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll take more of your phone calls, and lines are available. So I will say this, and the guy asked about the church's response. On 9/11, my experience was not anything that I thought was not done well. Now, if you want to talk about the state of the Western Church right now and the preparation of the church for what is coming, now that there's a lot of problems out there right now. Hey, now more than ever, try to find you a Bible-believing, Bible-preaching church. If that message looks, you can't tell the difference between that and the TED Talk, you find somewhere else, because they are not preparing you for what is to come.
Rick, let's not be negative on TED Talks, but I understand the comparison.
Well, a TED Talk is fine as long as it's not pretending to be a word from God. If it's teaching me how to make my business function more, or learn how to do something, that's fine. But if you can't tell the difference, if you're sitting there in the pulpit going, "This could be a TED Talk," now more than ever, because if you're not preparing the congregation for what's to come, does anybody else feel the urgency at all of getting right with God? Anybody? We continue. Let's go to Deborah in Jacksonville. Deborah, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to call and tell you guys what a beautiful tribute that you guys just did. I was just getting off work, driving home, and was listening. Had to pull over and have an ugly cry because it touched me so much. But I remember the day vividly. I was at work, and there was some older employees that we had that husbands were old enough to have been in Vietnam, and I didn't understand what they were dealing with, but they were all huddled up at the end of the hallway crying about saying, now our sons are going to be going to war. And I didn't understand at the time, but now, looking back, I'm like, they hit the nail on the head, and it's awful that we're coming out of there now, but that was like a premonition, I guess, on their part to see they'd been through the Vietnam and some of that, so they knew what America was in for.
Yeah, no doubt, and there was a lot of that, but the great news is, and this is what you saw some of the good side of our fellow citizens. There really wasn't a need to start drafting people for it because so many people started volunteering.
And there was a ton of people signed up.
Yep.
Professional football players, doctors, veterinarians, just all kind of people went. And that's when they entered the military after 9/11.
Mike in New Jersey. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going, man?
Good, man.
I was, I live right there. I lived right across from the towers when that happened. My brother-in-law was in the first tower on the 7th floor, but he got out.
Praise God for that.
It was wild because I don't know if you guys are familiar with the terrain up there, but you got 3 airports: Newark, Kennedy, and LaGuardia. Mm-hmm. And none of those planes fly over the island of Manhattan, for obvious reasons. And my wife had called. I'm a trucker. I come down here to Alabama every week. That's how I got turned on to you guys. And my wife called me up. She goes, I figured it was like a little Cessna or something at Peterborough Airport or something. I ran into it. And sure enough, my brother had called me. My brother was 3 blocks away working in his office. And the plane screamed right over the top of his office.
Wow.
And he said everybody in the office looked at each other like, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
Because planes don't fly over Manhattan.
Right.
Let me tell you another thing, too. The next day, I'll never forget it, Hillary Clinton was on the TV there or something, and she said to the world, she goes, listen, we're going after these people. Whatever countries are with us, you're with us. And if you're not, get out of our way. And within 1 week, it was all the Republicans' fault. It was Bush. They went right back to the same crap. This is going to happen again, guys. This is going to happen again.
Well,
it's just, look what's going on now with Afghanistan. It's going to happen again. There's no doubt about it.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Right there, I can imagine what it was like there on that day. And hopefully it will not happen again, but what we were doing to keep it from happening for 20 years seemed to be effective, and we're kind of changing that plan now. Let's go to Todd. Todd, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, what's going on this morning?
We're good.
Hey, I couldn't help but know I'm going down I-65 right now, and it was almost 20 years to the day because I was with and when I talked to y'all that morning, I think I was all like secret squirrel stuff, but I was like, hey, I'm headed to my National Guard Armory. You know, my QRF team has been activated. And I talked to y'all a little bit as I had a state trooper escort down to Prattville. But it was weird going down the interstate this morning thinking, you know what, almost 20 years ago to this day, I was on the same interstate.
Wow.
Scared crapless, wondering what in the heck is going on, talking to y'all guys and, you know, listening. And I'm pretty sure I was talking to y'all that day. I mean, I don't know if y'all can pull it back up, but because I call in quite a bit, but man, it was just, y'all kind of was a calming effect. I know it sounds kind of weird, but with all the hubbub that was going on, but because y'all had a very godly tone about y'all. And, you know, as scared as I was like, God's got this. It don't matter what happens. I mean, it does matter what happens, but, you know, it's all, God's got this. So, you know, I'm going to put on my shield of armor and let's get it.
Yeah, well, I bet that is odd to be almost in the same spot again listening today.
I know. Yeah, that is. I love hearing from people who were listening that day, and we were all in that boat together. You know, it was. It's still surreal in a lot of ways.
It is. Craig, Alabama, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
Good, Craig.
We're great.
I tell you, it's still hard to talk about it, but I was stationed at Fort Campbell there, and I had flown the night before. I'm a helicopter pilot, and I had got up and was looking at the news, and I saw it happen. I said, "Oh my God, we got to get in." So I'm headed in, and back then, you know, there was flip phones. Nobody had these smartphones at the time, so we couldn't look up and see what was happening. And pretty much Fort Campbell had shut down completely. They were not letting in. They got 10 gates. Nobody was coming in. So we're out there in basically a parking lot on the road on the interstate waiting to get in if you didn't live on post. And so you guys, you really was listening to you, and you were explaining what was happening. And I tell you, it's, like I said, it's still hard to talk about.
Yeah, that was.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah,
that.
Thanks.
That's awesome.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. 20 years ago tomorrow, America was attacked.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're in the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll do one more session as far as this hour of phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG, looking back on 9/11 and some other topics. But you can bring that up yourself at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Relief Factor is been partnering with the Rick and Bubba Show for years now. I take it every day. I take it a pack in the morning and a pack before I go to bed. If I've got something bothering me, like maybe try to do better and didn't really think it through, then I'll take a third pack. It's all natural, 4 botanicals, so it's not something you have to worry about, side effects or you're putting something in your body. I mean, the over-the-counter stuff for pain, it can help in short term, but they really are not even suggested to be used as a daily regimen. That's not what they were designed for. We know the addictive properties and with the opioids and the crisis that we've had with that. But anyway, botanicals, that's all natural, and they all on their own have some effect on the body's inflammatory response. But all of them together in a little super pack really, really has shown some great progress. If you want to try it, you can for $19.95. You get a 3-week trial pack for $19.95. Just go to relieffactor.com. The reason why we do the 3 weeks is because inside 3 weeks you should know whether this is working for you or not. And for most people, it makes an impact. Marie said, told us that she had been suffering from pain, inflammation, chronic fatigue. She listens to the show, and she says in Michigan. And she said, when I heard about Relief Factor, nothing I had tried had really helped me consistently. And I was skeptical, but I figured at this point I got nothing to lose. I've tried everything else. And she said, to my surprise, it started working almost immediately. So I just turned 60, and I truly mean it when I say you have given me a new lease on life by going to Relief Factor. I hope it'll work for you, too. I love it. It works for me. ReliefFactor.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Rick and Bubba University will be dropping tomorrow. Damon Johnson, our guest. If you love music, you will love that podcast this weekend. Let's go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Joy is calling out of Missouri. Joy, go ahead.
Well, I do remember, I know exactly where I was at 20 years ago. I work at a drug and alcohol treatment center, and we were having a state billing audit. My husband, who's a state fire marshal for the state of Missouri, called and said, you need to go find a TV. He said, a plane just hit the towers. And so I found a TV and was watching that, and I went and told everybody that was there for the audit. We all stood around that TV and saw the second plane hit, and it was just it was terrible.
Yeah, that was a terrible feeling, and we had that happen to us live on the air. I mean, it was a tiny little TV. We were in a studio about as big as the bathroom here. It was a tiny little studio.
Yeah, we were all in there together, and we had one little TV that was about 13 inches, maybe 14 inches in the corner.
Yeah.
It was over to my right, and Prater was on the air with us when it all happened, and Mickey Dean was in the studio, and
news person Roxanne.
Yeah, she was in and out all morning. It was feathers were flying in the old newsroom.
Yes.
You know?
Leslie Springville. Go ahead, Leslie.
Hey, guys. I was 18 and in Lynchburg, Virginia during the 9/11 attacks. And I'm glad that I'm able to teach my children about that so they don't forget. But in general, Americans don't have the stomach for war anymore. We're not willing to do what it takes to actually get rid of an enemy. There are individual Americans who want to fight back, whether it's our local government, our federal government, state government, those types of things, taking away rights. We want to fight against the Taliban in general, but what is actually needed, we don't have the stomach for.
No, you're right.
I absolutely agree with
100% right. And it was interesting because I got this from a friend of mine, and the person who said it looks like, because I want to credit who the actual quote came from. The actual quote.
And it's been around, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it is. I had never heard it put this way before. It's from G. Michael Hope. Hard times create strong men. Strong men then create good times. Good times create weak men. And then weak men create hard times.
Yeah.
And so
the cycle continues.
The cycle, it continues. And we're in the mode right now where hopefully these hard times will create strong men that can once again provide good times. But unfortunately, good times create weak men, and then weak men create hard times. To the phones we go, to Steve in Kentucky. Steve, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
I'll never forget that day. I was in seventh grade. We were heading to Kentucky Dam for a field trip. They wouldn't let us in. They were thinking that they might start hitting power sources next.
Yep.
And that was the day I decided I was going to do what I could. Obviously, it was a couple years later whenever I joined the military. And anytime I see tributes like what you guys did, it just still infuriates me and makes me want to get back in. I can't physically right now because I've had my ID exploded, but I've had 2 back surgeries since. But it still just eats me up anytime I see it.
Yeah, well, thanks for your service to the country and for you being there as a seventh grader and saying, when I can join the military, I'm going to, and that being what galvanized you. But you're right; it's our job now. You see this throughout Scripture. When God says, I delivered you from stuff. I am who I am. Look at how many times I've blessed you in that time. And in those, a lot of those verses, he's talking about Israel. But we can also think about how many times God has blessed America. And what he is saying is you need to keep passing this along to your children because they're going to go through times that I provided, God saying himself. And if you neglect to tell them that I delivered you from this and I delivered you from that and who I was in this, they're not going to know, and then they're going to turn back and do the same things that brought my wrath the last time. And so it is our job to hope that our children don't have to go through things if we'll do the job of telling them why these things happened and what we did to correct it, most importantly, spiritually.
Right.
But our country spiritually is sicker than it's ever been. Let's go to
and learned a thing, as you said earlier.
Anonymous in Jemison. Anonymous, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How y'all?
I'm good, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, listen. I was in the Pentagon, 9/11, 2001. 20-year Marine Corps veteran. I was visiting some friends. We were in a common area, and when things started to happen, and we were watching TV, and we watched the Twin Towers, and we watched everything that was going on, all we could hear, and then all hell broke loose.
I bet it did.
Right. That's what happened. I mean, it was full alert, full lockdown. No one could enter or exit. The plane, don't know exactly when the plane hit. We couldn't see. We felt the vibration of the plane. I was the total opposite side from where the plane came down. But it was one of the most horrifying experiences. I've been in several gun battles and have been in some bad places in the Marines. But this was an experience that if you weren't there, you can never understand.
Yeah, I can. I'm glad I can take your word for it.
Yes. I had someone that I went to high school with was actually killed at the Pentagon in that. Horace Williams.
Yeah, I remember that. Remember
known as
about
Fish.
that. Yeah.
He was a couple of years older than me, but I knew his brothers, and kind of shocking because he was a bigger than life guy. That's for sure.
Stephanie in Leeds. Stephanie, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Good.
I'm a long-time listener since the very beginning, Gadsden days.
Thank you.
Love you guys.
Thanks.
I'm calling because I was listening the day that the plane took the tower on my way to work, and I was about to have birth just like any day now. And when all that happened, it scared me so bad to think about what kind of world was I bringing a child into.
So can I ask you this? Are you a follower of Jesus?
I am.
So the thing that we think about, because you hear this sometimes from and this is not an indictment, I just think it's an opportunity to talk about it because I've been through the same process, so we understand it. But, there's a reason that God said for us to be fruitful and multiply, and I think we have forgotten that.
Right.
He wants a woman of God and a man of God to bring a child into the world that is raised up to be another disciple of Christ to change the world and to impact other lives. The reason why he wanted his people to be fruitful and multiply is to continue to advance his kingdom in the world. So anytime you're in a difficult time and you're with child and you're thinking about, man, why am I bringing a child in this world? You're bringing a child in this world to raise them up to hopefully be a follower of Jesus, where they'll go out and impact lives.
Yeah, be a force for good.
That's why we do it. Because if you're waiting on a perfect time in a fallen creation to have a baby, you ain't never gonna have one.
It's kind of like, the generation prior to us, a lot of them had big families because they worked on farms. And, the joke used to be they're growing farm hands. Well, you really are growing soldiers to go out.
Yeah, we're supposed to be raising up disciples.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Jason. By the way, sorry I panicked everybody when I said top of the hour. It was not. It's 9 minutes to the top. I was looking at a different segment there. Hey, O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events this weekend. Excited. Sherry and I will be going out and speaking. My wife, you can see Sherry in Leeds, Alabama, the home of 104.7 WZZK. Ladies' Night, Sunday night at First Baptist Church, Leeds. Ladies, go hear Sherry. You'll enjoy that time together. Also, I'll be headed out that same night, be going down to Mobile, Alabama, be at West Mobile Baptist Church. Excited to be there with Pastor Kevin and the gang. Also, Brian Gunn from Team Band Church will be doing the Sunday morning service there at West Mobile, too. So you're in for a treat. Looking forward to seeing all the men on Sunday night. And then on Monday night, the 13th, Legacy Outfitters Fishers of Men Banquet in Waco, Texas. I'll be there on Monday night speaking to those men. On the 16th, I'll be in Fairhope, Alabama, speaking at Man Church, kicking off the men's discipleship strategy there. Boy, we got a busy day with Man Church coming up on the 23rd. I mean, we got a bunch going on September 23rd. Helmsy's going to be going down to First Baptist Opelika. He'll be speaking down there. I'll be speaking over in where will I be on the 30th? Oh, I'm back in Birmingham. 23rd, I'll be at Lakeside Baptist on Acton Road, and then Rich Wingo will be up in Jasper, Alabama. He'll be speaking to a man. They're going to be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy tomorrow as well. On the 23rd as well, and that will be in Jasper, Alabama at Northside Baptist Church. So Wingo at Northside, Helmsy in Opelika, and I'll be in Birmingham all on the 23rd doing Man Church. So find all that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, or if you want to find out where Man Churches are being held with any of our speakers, other than the guys here on the show, then go to themanchurch.com, click on events, and you'll see it there. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day. Sorry about that. Had a little granola get there in the old crawl. I know what everybody thinks we're about to show is Santa Claus throwing out the first pitch because John Daly has turned himself into Santa Claus. I mean, I didn't realize how much he looks like Santa Claus, but he really, really looks like Santa Claus. So tell me the background on this pitch. You said it's an interesting story.
Well, you know, we love first pitches. And,
love them.
I'm glad we can take a break from all the heavy today to look at some fun. And Daly, you'll hear in this clip, he's telling the catcher, I'm going to throw this ball as hard as I can. He's trying to throw it up in the stands.
We're going to throw it.
And he hits the top of the net. You'll see it, but he tries.
Is he trying to throw it into the crowd?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so
we're going to throw as far as we can, brother.
I didn't get it over. Oh, man. I better be careful because it's Daily now. Should I not?
Slipped.
Yeah, it slipped.
He said it slipped.
Well, you know, with Daily, I didn't know what kind of language.
We got to give it to a fan.
All right. And he throws it up in there. Did he get it over that time? Yeah. Okay. He did. So his whole intention was to throw it over the backstop.
Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah. So Daly has really, really turned in to Santa Claus.
I mean, has he made a deal with Tim Allen? Is he up next? I mean,
yeah.
That's funny.
So anyway,
Daly.
Do you think he did that just because he didn't want to be judged on how he was going to throw it?
We've all done
well,
that.
I'm sure he could throw it pretty good.
If he took it serious, he'd have to throw it good, and if he didn't, he'd feel bad.
To throw it that far, he had to have a pretty good arm, you know.
No, there's no doubt about that.
Also in the world of sports, but with some 9/11 reflection today, did you see there's several college teams going to have a special 9/11 uniform this weekend?
Really?
No,
I have
including
not
the Florida Gators, which are going to be red, white, and blue.
UAB is going to have, I don't know if it's just the helmet, but it's got on the side the stars and stripes somehow. The dragons made out in the stars and stripes.
Really?
Yeah.
And Rutgers, which is right there.
How did you know that?
Close,
I saw it on the news.
Close by to that, or one of the closer schools. They have a total uniform made out to that, and they're all. I think they have a number 37, all of them on their jersey somewhere because of 37 alumnus that were killed when the towers came down.
Wow.
So,
oh, look at that helmet. There's the Gators helmet.
the Gators in red, white, and blue.
Yeah, because them getting to play on a Saturday and it being 9/11, that's a cool opportunity.
I think you'll see a lot of those type tributes this weekend, which is good. We should.
Well,
boy, they'll fly over will be.
Oh yeah,
be good ones, won't they?
Does everybody know what to do with the national anthem? Okay, Rick, just stay out of there.
Well, in college, the players are not on.
Yeah, they don't. That's which I wish the NFL would.
Well, I think it depends on the conference. Some of them do.
No, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I know it's in the SEC.
The ones I go to, I never see.
Yeah, you're right. They don't come out.
Bubba, you're at the buffet during that. I was right there.
No, I'm there. I love the national anthem. I love
Rick.
That
not
part.
big on the alma mater.
Here's the cleats. I think Florida is wearing.
Nice. Those are good. That'd be good. That's we'll remember something that we've all learned nothing from.
Sure.
But anyway, it needs to be done.
Ooh.
And be a great time to have some important conversation. Are you going to sing it? But Greg, I'm going to tell you something. I've noticed this over the years, and he knows it. There's something deep down in Bubba that he wants to sing the national anthem.
Yeah,
I know. I think he's practiced at home.
I think there's.
You know what he said? That ain't bad.
I did it in first grade. That was nice.
Little Bill wants to get up and sing.
No, I think deep down
he didn't then either.
I think,
he didn't want to.
I remember one day I almost had him talked into singing it live as we come out of the top of the hour.
No, I'm not gonna. I know I ain't doing it.
I want you to picture Little Bill singing it.
Oh, I can see it. I can see it.
Remember when I kept getting stuck in plays when I was a kid at school? You remember that? And I don't know why.
Who put you in a play?
And I used to get so mad because I'd have to learn the lines, and I'd claim I wasn't going to do it, and Mother would get mad and whip me.
I used to hate that. Yeah.
She'd take the script and throw it at me.
Oh, yeah.
Because of your modeling background.
That's what it
was.
Let me tell you something.
People knew.
When you were the defense lawyer for February.
Month of February, all the others were mad because it only had 28 days, and I had to defend it.
Gosh,
and I would call witnesses like George Washington and Abe Lincoln.
Oh, it was good.
Because their birthdays were in it.
It was a great play.
That was the tough. I had a lot of lines.
Right. Yeah. Now, it wasn't as good as me when I played Dr. Faith.
I forgot about that. Yeah. I reckon you loved that.
Well, that was a very, very deep role for a little kid.
Do you remember the one I had? I think it was the second grade. It was a Thanksgiving one, and it was just like me and two people up there, and we just read lines, and I had the last one is "Save me the drumstick." You remember?
I forgot all about that till this moment.
What grade was that grade?
Second.
Oh, that was
and
early.
You still remember the line?
Oh yeah.
And
Save me the drumstick.
But he was the line that like all the parents laughed at. Save me the drumstick. Right. Yeah, look at that little fella saying, "Save me the drumstick." And all I thought to myself is, if you only knew him, you wouldn't think he was cute. He's one of the meanest people I've ever known for that kind of age. How can somebody be so mean so quick?
Rick, you could bring it out. That was it.
I know.
You had an art.
But there was, I don't know, it was just, when people use the term "he's a pistol," there was no exaggeration with Greg.
Yeah.
I
mean, we see him now.
Oh yeah. Well, it's nothing.
I'd ruin Family Game Night in a minute.
But I'm talking about. I want you to picture a Tasmanian devil. I want you to picture. Remember
Family Game Night? We tried to play a board game.
No, we couldn't play Family Game Night. You ruined more family memories.
I'd take the dice and throw them across the room.
And think about it as a parent. You know how you're trying to make something good happen.
Yeah,
now picture how many things you ruined for mom and dad they thought was going to be special.
A lot, including my own birthday party.
Oh yeah! Oh my goodness! That woman put nuts on the cake. What a horrible moment that was.
How dare her?
Then you'd get a cap gun that wouldn't work. You'd slam it against the wall in a million pieces.
And then mad because it's broke.
Get your rear end tore up. Come back in striped leg. Eat your cake with a pout. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Coming to you from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. A brand new hour. To reach us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. The website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Team Rick and Bubba all here for a brand new hour. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Ladies and gentlemen, number 12 on his jersey, but number 1 in your heart, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. Thank you for all we asked is for 5 hours each and every day, Rick, and we appreciate you spending it with us.
Sure, you got that throw around. Hey. Hey. So we got an exciting opportunity for you, the audience, beginning today in theaters today. There is a must-see movie that you need to go to. It's called Show Me the Father. And it's a documentary film, and this is something, when it first was presented, I started hearing about it, I thought it was going to be, one style, and then got to looking at the trailer and got to look at the movie a little bit, and it is a documentary-style film from the Kendrick brothers, and Alex and Stephen Kendrick now join us via Skype here in the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Kendrick brothers, how are you today?
Good to be with you.
Yeah,
guys,
we're
thank y'all.
about talking to you guys.
It's a pleasure and an honor to have you guys on. I mean, we feel like we know you already.
Yeah,
here we go again. We think we know.
Well, look, when I saw Coach, and I thought to myself, I hope he didn't make us bear crawl the whole field today.
That's right.
That's right.
Deep down.
If you've seen the death crawl, you know Alex.
Yeah, that's right. Alex knows how to do that. So let's talk about this, because I don't know how I know you guys are familiar with the show. We've promoted a lot of projects you guys were involved with in the past. I mean, we've really, I think, helped promote them all.
Been in a few of them.
And been in some of them. So Show Me the Father. We actually, of course, think of the timing of this. March 1, 2020, we launched something called themanchurch.com. Y'all might remember that's when the pandemic hit. But the whole focus of this ministry, and it's continuing, is if you can reach and disciple the man of the house,
yes,
daddy and husband, if he can be reached and he can be discipled from spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity, you change everything. And,
yes,
and,
that's right.
And we've known this for years. I mean, like I always say, I can't recall a church that I ever attended that on Father's Day, here comes the Barna research of the impact of the husband, the impact of the father. Men and women are equal, but they're distinctly different, with equal roles, but different roles. And you always hear about the influence of the father, And so we started kind of thinking, well, why aren't we making that ministry the number one ministry of the church? It seems that if we would focus on reaching him and discipling him based on all the stuff y'all tell us every Father's Day, it ought to be the most game-changing force in the home, the church, and society. Thus, now the documentary, Show Me the Father. This is exactly what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, so, Show Me the Father, that's exactly right. It tells 5 true stories. All of them will grab your heart, 2 of them with twists that have made the audiences gasp in our test screenings. All true. We didn't write them. We just cover them and present them, but they are so powerful, and they reflect just that, how crucial the father role is in our lives. And secondly, that ties into how crucial God the Father is in our lives. So these are 5 stories you cannot miss.
So what made you go with the documentary format versus we're going to have actors, we're going to have a script, and we're going to do a movie?
Sure. Well, you could communicate a whole lot of truth in very little time with a documentary. And so we wanted it to feel very cinematic. So it is shot and edited, and it feels like a feature film when you're watching it. Yeah. The emotional roller coaster you go on is just as intense as a real feature film. But the stories are some of the best fatherhood stories we've ever heard. Yeah. But this isn't just for men. Everybody has a fatherhood story.
Yeah.
Every woman, every little girl has a connection in her heart to her dad, whether she hates him or whether she loves him. God has wired us to want that relationship, because it says in Ephesians that he created fatherhood on earth to really introduce us to the fatherhood of God. And that's where we go in this, because everybody needs to let God redeem their fatherhood story. If they never heard their dad tell them he loved them, if he never blessed them, if he never really met that need in their life, Scripture says God is a father to the fatherless. And Jesus connected the word perfect to the fatherhood of God consistently. And when people learn to let God be their father, it brings a whole lot of healing. It brings identity. They start to feel loved, and it really sets them up for success in the future.
I will tell you the two things you just hit on that are the takeaway from this movie. And that is, number one, and we've all been there talking to people, somebody, and I can think of them in my minds right now, people that I know personally, their struggle with coming to faith was that their father was such a wicked person.
Yep.
It messed up their view of God because they found out he was called the Father. And they were like, I don't want any part of fathers because my experience with fathers has been tragic. But this movie reminds you that if you're in that situation, even if it's unresolved, that he never came around, you have a perfect father. Know that. You are not fatherless. You do not, you might have had a bad earthly father, but you do not ultimately have a bad father. And then the second takeaway was reminding all of us again who are fathers that we are telling our wives and telling our children this is what God looks like. Mm-hmm. Even though we're flawed, that we are our job is to reflect and push them to the perfect father.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. You know, it's interesting. Our first concept of God growing up is like whatever our dad is like. So if our dad was loving, patient with us, we imagine God to be that way. If our dad was distant or abusive, then we imagine God to be distant and mean toward us. And so we have to separate the fact that God has perfect attributes. He is not like your earthly father. And so that's one of the things we address in Show Me the Father. And again, these 5 stories, you're going to relate to one or more of them, and we promise you will be inspired and ministered to.
You know, that's why I believe in praying early in the morning, because my dad went to work early. So I thought God got up early, too. So, yeah, he worked in a pop shop. Yeah. So he had to get up real early.
Yeah, and I'm thankful my earthly father did give me one attribute that I was supposed to learn, and that was fear of the Father.
Yeah, I had that one, too.
Respect.
Yeah,
that's
respect.
right.
Yeah. So
the fear of God does a lot of good for our lives.
It's where all wisdom begins. And so Scripture's pretty clear about that. Solomon says, "Hey, let me save you a lot of trouble. Fear God and do what He says."
I've told the story. I've told the story here on the air many times, but I actually got my first gun. It was a .22 lever action when I was 8. And my dad put it in the corner of the closet and said, "Don't touch it unless I'm with you." We didn't need a gun safe, didn't need a gun lock, because I didn't touch it because I know I'd get tore up. I didn't want any of that.
But you know what else is in that? But talking about this reflecting God, you also knew, certainly you had a fear of His authority, which we're supposed to, but you also knew that He was doing that likely for your own good.
Absolutely.
He wasn't doing that to be a killjoy.
Yeah.
It was for your own good.
That's exactly right. You know, here's what I would tell all parents out there. When your child knows that you love them, they will listen to you. Their heart is open to you. It's when they question whether you love them that their heart closes, then they don't listen to you. So if your kid is not listening to you, you need to go after their heart first.
Yeah, tell me about the 5 stories. If y'all can give away as much of this as you wanted to, how did you pick these?
Well, we interviewed dozens of fatherhood ministry leaders, and out from those interviews, we found some really epic stories that they were connected to. One of them is from an NFL coach, Sherman Smith. His story became the #1 most responded to story on ESPN when their E60 series. We tell it, but we go a lot deeper, and we talk about God's involvement behind the scenes in that story because he's a strong man of faith. We actually share Jim Daly's story. He's the president of Focus on the Family. He grew up fatherless, and people are going to be able to relate. If they had a dad that abused them, was an alcoholic or distant, they're going to be able to relate. It's gripping as he walks through what it was like to grow up without a dad. But then he talks about how not only did he come to Christ, but God became his father and brought healing, and how that has changed his thinking about himself and about life. We tell an adoption story that's connected to my family, where a miracle took place in our adoption of our daughter. It's very good. And then we talk about a father's blessing because a lot of men don't even know what that looks like. They've never received a blessing from their father. God always would bless things that he would create on the front end to basically put wind in the sails of anything that he would make. Jesus was blessed at the beginning of his ministry from his father when he heard the voice, "You are my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased." Then the Holy Spirit, invests in him, empowers him at the beginning of his ministry. And so scripture commands dads to bless their children, to speak life and love, identity, encouragement into their lives, to pray over them, to launch them into the future. But many dads have never experienced that. And they don't even know what that looks like.
And we show you what that looks like and how to do it in this movie.
Yeah, fantastic. I know Eddie George is in it, his story is incredible, famous NFL player. And, of course, Tony Evans. We get some stuff from Tony about the blessing, which is incredible, too. So it's in theaters this weekend. Show Me the Father. We have the link at rickandbubba.com. Go there, showmethefathermovie.com. Enter your zip code, and you can see everywhere that it's playing near you. So get to the theater this weekend and watch the documentary Show Me the Father. Guys, thanks for taking time to be with us today.
Good luck to you.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys. Bless you.
Thank you guys so much.
Now more than ever, we need this to be taught. Boy, it could affect a lot of things. The Kendrick Brothers, Show Me the Father, the documentary, in theaters this weekend. Find out where it's playing near you by going to rickandbubba.com. Click show notes or go directly to showmethefathermovie.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. And boy, if you're joining us now, we've covered a lot today. I mean a lot. We've been through the whole COVID vaccine mandates, requirements. We've covered a look back at 9/11 20 years ago tomorrow. And now we're talking a little bit of sports. Last night, the NFL kicked off. The GOAT got it started. Defending champions, Tampa Bay.
I didn't get on the game, Rick, till the second series, and the GOAT carried them right down the field, 94 yards.
94 yards.
Just perfection.
Yeah, I did not see any
It
of
ended
it.
up being a good game.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but it sounds like it was because a lot of times early games can be sloppy, and last year they didn't get preseason games, so it all came out a little sloppy.
Well, I knew Dallas was going to lose because they had to. Tampa Bay made them wear those blue jerseys, and they never win in the blue ones.
Yeah,
they look good though.
Yeah, they did.
Was Fauci
They're
there?
more superstitious than LSU about those home jerseys.
Was Fauci there to be sure about was vaccinated?
Fauci was problematic.
It was problematic. That game and crowd was problematic. So, was it a good crowd?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it
looked
was
like standing room only.
Yeah, it was a very good crowd.
Well, it sounds like both teams looked good. If you're a fan,
they did. It was a good game.
If you're a fan of either team, seems like it worked out.
And it came right down to a field goal to win it as time ran out with 2 seconds. So.
31-29. Brady, 379 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Prescott, 403 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. And that's the key with Tampa Bay. You got to score with them. And came down to the end, like Bub said.
So if you're in the high level management of the Patriots, and I think their future looks very bright with Matt Jones, but do you go, oh man, let Tom get away season too early?
Well, of course you do. Of course you do. He's still playing at a very, very high level.
Yeah,
And
it's amazing.
You talking about both rush defenses? You know, the front seven for Tampa, they had them all coming back, and the Cowboys are pretty good. You ready for this? Ezekiel Elliott, 33 yards. Fournette for the Bucks, 32 yards. It was all in the air for both teams.
Yeah.
Boy, Brady is just the king of that 3-step drop. 1, 2, 3.
He gets rid of the ball in a hurry.
Yeah, he does.
And I know that because JC started Fournette as one of his running backs, and he was not happy.
Well, I guess not. No. Tampa Bay got the entire team back, didn't he?
Yeah, all 11 starters,
much, yeah.
offense and defense. It's only like they had a stat before the game. It's only like the 6th time maybe in NFL history that's happened. And only one team has repeated, but all of them went to the playoffs, and most of them went to the AFC or NFC championship.
What about Antonio Brown? Is he on the team?
Oh,
he played well.
Yeah.
Lights out. They couldn't cover him last night.
If you
was
just get
grabbing
into the game,
balls.
it's okay.
Yeah.
It's between games is where he tends
Well, that's
to
what I
struggle.
mean.
Yeah.
But didn't he get in a fight or something in preseason?
He had.
They must have overlooked it.
He had 5 receptions, 121 yards, 1 touchdown.
Okay, so he's settling in now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he made a couple of good catches.
He made a big play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah.
AB.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if they can keep him,
he ain't getting no more cryotherapy.
And well, that's
when he
true.
burned his feet?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well,
they frostbit him.
They look. I've been in cryotherapy. They give you big, thick socks.
They
so
do
that
for a
happen.
reason.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because I know you won't finish Hard Knocks, and I get it. I understand. You had a
Once
busy,
the season starts,
you had a
it's over.
busy day. I get it. Okay.
I did, exactly.
But it leads you right up to this game where they left it.
I know.
And so
my plan last night was to watch the Hard Knocks last episode, not watch the game. But I didn't get to do either one. It was, you know how you start thinking to yourself, you think you know how that part of the day is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought Sherry had a project, and it turned out that she delayed the project to today. So we got called in, and that's it. We're going to spend some time together, and
That's
we
great.
and then it just I never found my way to that program.
I understand.
Never found my way there. Was asleep early.
Yeah, I hit it pretty hard last night. I was fighting to try to stay awake and watch that game.
I fell asleep 28-26. I think.
I watched it was 14-7. It was between 8 and 8:30, and I said I got to go to bed.
Yeah, it just it's not worth the sleep thing.
Yeah,
these games go on so long.
Boy, don't they?
Well, they had a lot of festivities before it too.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah.
For some reason we thought Ed Sheeran's latest single. We need to let him sing it. I don't know what that's got to do with football.
I know.
So I didn't see that part, but I
entertainment.
saw him in the suite with the commissioner.
Yeah.
And milling
right
around
there
up
singing
there.
for some reason.
Well, Greg, we've got a lot of things right now that we eat up a lot of time with that don't have anything to do with football.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, so that's just one of many.
Yeah.
You know, but it was. How do you feel about the season kicking off on a Thursday night? You okay with that?
Yeah,
I don't
it's all right to have an early kickoff game.
I don't like Thursday night NFL, but they treated this different. They put it on the main network, made a big deal about it. That helped.
Yeah.
Now, that regular Thursday night game that they just throw out there, I don't like it.
Well, now I don't even know how you see it now. Is it even on the NFL channel anymore?
Sometimes.
And they put it off on some app or something now. I mean, is it?
Some
I don't
streamer
know.
got one of some of them.
Amazon Prime, they do some.
Yeah, does NFL channel even have the Thursday night game this year, or is it going off to some app?
Yeah, well, I
Didn't
think
it
so.
change? Didn't it change?
That's what I
this
thought. I
year?
thought it
Yeah.
did change.
I thought we did a story on that.
I think sometimes they mirror each other. Actually, it's on there and other places.
Some-
and then
one of the
Amazon
streamers
Prime,
wrote a
didn't they
big
do
check.
an all-female broadcast at one point
Oh
too?
my god! One of the streamers wrote a big check to have some NFL games. I don't remember.
It
who
was Prime.
Was it Prime?
Yeah. Amazon.
Yeah.
No, that
They
ain't
got
what it was.
all
you
the
got-
money that you need, man.
So also this weekend you got the Dolphins and the Patriots. Tua and Mac
Oh,
go
yeah.
together.
All right.
Browns and Chiefs. I'm just seeing if it interests any of you. No.
Yeah.
So far, no.
I don't really. Both of those I'll look at.
Okay.
I probably won't
Bubba,
watch
your
it.
Vikings play the Bengals.
Have you got no enthusiasm? for it?
That's what we get.
If they win a few games and I get excited, they'll just tank.
Kirk Cousins, baby, he's got it.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Sweeby Big is our number. GoodRx.com/Bubba. Go there right now to GoodRx.com/Bubba and get savings on your prescriptions up to 80%. Up to 80%. And it's at no cost to you. So go to GoodRx.com/Bubba and they will help you find the lowest price on the prescriptions that you need at pharmacies everywhere. Over 70,000 pharmacies they'll check. In your neighborhood, they'll look at the ones that are there. And, of course, this includes CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Kroger. So GoodRx.com/Bubba. The audience is responding to this. And, man, the savings are really coming in. Up to 80% on prescriptions that you need. I mean, the stuff that you need that has been prescribed to you for your health should be affordable. And this gives you some buying power. GoodRx.com/Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we mentioned the NFL. College football this weekend, a little bit of some. I mean, there's a few things out there, a little bit, some duds. But Oregon, Ohio State, 12-3 at 11 o'clock Central Time, 12 o'clock noon. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a nice little. You got anything, Greg?
Yeah, that's all right.
You got to take a look at it.
Well, it's not
what was
not
the
a
other
huge
game?
short. I want to get a look at Georgia and UAB.
Yeah, that is
We
worth
got that
looking
one,
at.
buddy. We're going early.
3:30. What am I doing at 2:30 Central?
Rick, who did you mention from the West Coast?
Oregon, Ohio State at 12.
I don't really like watching Oregon that much.
They're playing at Ohio State, so it'll be noon there. So
Texas, Arkansas, I think will be interesting. NC State, Mississippi State.
Yeah, I'll watch that.
Now that could be that. I'm really.
I'll watch that.
Pump the brakes.
I don't feel good about State in that game.
Is it in Starkville?
Which state?
And remember,
the one I have a cowbell for.
Is it in Starkville or is it?
It's in Starkville, Greg.
I didn't know.
Come on.
Tulane will be playing in Birmingham. They're home.
Yeah, that's right. Tickets are free.
Well, I bet
Are they really?
I bet they pack it out.
Well, they've got a good quarterback. They're going.
Yeah, I mean they're not bad. I'm saying, but I mean,
I think I'm going to have fun
it's
with
a long
Sherry.
way from home.
I think I'm going to have fun with Sherry and tell her I got us some free tickets to go see Tulane play.
I don't like hearing that on the anniversary of 9/11.
What was that?
I thought that was you moving the mic. I was like, wow, is it rubbing on your beard?
I'm looking for somebody moving something. I don't see it.
Listen.
What is it?
Oh, no.
Is it upstairs?
Right here on the anniversary.
Is it upstairs?
Hey, stop.
I'm just
don't even mention.
Do you not hear that? It's like a monster.
I mean, a lot of things happen here. I don't think you can hear on the radio, but I actually think you can hear that.
I think you can
that
hear
was
that
kind of loud.
What are you thinking there, Ad? Can you hear it? Yeah, he says yeah.
You can't now quit, but
you know why? Because now it's odd.
Now it knows we're on to it.
College game day at Iowa and Iowa State.
Boo.
9 and 10.
Boo, boo, boo.
Oh, come on.
I'd rather have an NC State and Mississippi State.
And
Okay.
Rick,
I would too.
Oh,
Nobody cares about Iowa State and Iowa.
Greg, they do in that state.
Well, that's about it.
Iowa look good week one.
They do that every year.
and the Jacksonville State Gamecocks will go to Florida State. They usually play Florida State pretty good.
They did last year.
Yeah, I mean they'll carry them late
And
in the
I think
game.
they played them the fall before they did their spring league.
I got an email. It was kind of funny. It said, "Will the JSU band be coming to the Doak Saturday night or not?" I'm an old fan, but this may be my deciding factor if I go or not. And so I text over to Greg, and he said that they are. They're actually.
Well, he's just right here. You didn't have to text him.
No,
I'm here.
Greg Sykes.
Oh,
he
okay.
said the AD. He said they'll be performing with the Florida State band at halftime for a special 9/11 tribute. So that'll be good.
A what?
Tribute?
Yeah. They're going to be performing with the Florida State band at halftime, doing a 9/11 special.
Now, who's going to be playing the tribute? What if I could play it?
They're going to have a flute doing a tribute.
You can say tribute, can't you?
No, I don't think.
Really? Okay.
Try it.
It's one of those
Rick,
words.
Rick, seriously, a tribute.
And it'll probably be moving the tribute.
If I didn't need this phone, I'd throw it away, but I really
I may get
need
to
it.
squalling, ham about tribute.
Greg, I text over to Greg Sykes, so I'm on the inside. I've always got an insider everywhere. And Jacksonville State, the 9/11 tribute.
You know what I do? I try to answer the questions here, Rick. That's what I do.
Uh-oh.
Oh, bad news.
Are you okay, Bubba? Bubba, you good?
Nope.
Speaking of tributes, this is we must let the fan bases know of who has Beth Mowins this weekend. I'm sorry, Beth Mowins and Kirk Morrison, who has to be the most miserable human being on the planet.
Second year word.
He must be low, man.
Yeah, he's like, well, if I'll just stay here, one day they'll move me. They move the other guy. UNLV and Arizona State will get Beth Mowins.
Mm-hmm. I can't take UNLV serious as football. It's always basketball.
Oh, I'll be there calling the Running Rebels. As a matter of fact, the game 9/11 tribute at halftime. It's a tribute. Just tribute.
Just take a knee, Bubba.
Yeah,
Take a knee.
no,
it'll work.
He loved that one. He knew that was a good one. I couldn't let that go. He saw I coming a mile away. And we'll be having a tribute. So to be the Running Rebels, the Running Rebels against the Sun Devils. Oh, Sun Devil.
Now, Speedy, didn't you say Air Force and who was playing?
It's a military game.
Navy.
Air Force, Navy.
Oh, boy,
right there on 9/11.
Where are they playing at? Do you know?
Can't stop talking in that voice.
No, it should say it on your list there, Bubsy.
I think they're also playing in Birmingham.
Greg, stop it.
Arizona State. Sun Devils, number 23.
I thought the Sun Devils got in trouble.
23.
Did they not get in trouble?
Greg, Sun Devils are 23.
Can't take them serious either. Never.
It's on
like the Sun Devils?
CBS, but I don't know where it's at.
Mama's going to be calling the game for you, Greg. It'll be past your bedtime. I'll be sitting there calling it play-by-play football action. And the Sun Devil Stadium, 9:30 Central. Greg, 9:30 for you. Greg, 9:30. 9:30.
That's late, Rick.
Yeah, you might want to watch the Sun Devils pick up some yards.
Yay.
I wonder if the Rebels can run and gun like they do in basketball. String music from the Rebels. Me and Kirk
hadn't
Morrison.
heard a lot of them out of them in basketball in a while.
Kirk Morrison.
Annapolis, Maryland, Bubba.
Okay. Navy home game.
Yeah.
Send it down to Horo.
Excuse me?
Horo.
That's the nickname I have for Holly Rowe.
Holly there.
We call it Horo. Inside the girls. You've seen us dance on social media. Beth Mowins, authoritative, talking about football, tackler, yards. Time out.
Do you think they gave her a game that probably has the least amount of interest in the nation?
Some people love to see the Sun Devils play. And they love the play-by-play action. That you think they're saying less damage? This is the least amount of damage we could do?
I used to like their uniforms back when Danny White played for them and all. They had the kind of the off-color yellow helmet with the little Sun Devil on the side.
A bright uni.
Kind of the brown-looking jersey.
It was a bright,
unique. It was a dark red, I guess, but it was a unique looking uniform.
Kind of a bright uni. Look good old Mama's color TV. To the phones we go. Let's go to Brandon, West Point. Brandon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
How we doing, gentlemen?
Good.
My son's varsity high school football team, the West Point Warriors, are taking on Boaz. We're playing the game at Jacksonville State University tonight due to Boaz's field is not ready. My question is, do you guys have any advice for a small-town football team to be set upon such a big stage as Jacksonville State University?
Well, if you get down on the field, it's all the same.
That's right.
It doesn't matter if it's in Boaz or if it's in Jacksonville. 50 yards.
The turf will be a little different.
50 yards wide, 100 yards long.
Yeah. Same size.
Yeah.
Playing on turf's a little bit different.
Yeah. Big Gamecock at midfield.
Yeah, watch out for that big gamecock. You guys are coming there and getting cocky.
That's right. So Boaz's field's not ready, so they're playing at JSU.
Yeah.
You okay, buddy?
I tell you one thing, all kidding aside, the difficulty.
Our high school used to play there back in the day.
Golden Eagles.
That was our home field.
Nice and Golden Eagles. Bill Bubba Bourgeois.
That's the field that Rick snapped the ball over Robbie's head.
It is. All right, here comes Burgess.
I remember
snapping.
sitting there just playing.
Burgess snapping it to Bourgeois. Oh, my gosh. Somebody get a timeout.
The sad part is you told him you were going to do it.
Yeah, I did. Well, we were up by 40.
Yeah.
Don't you dare do that.
Oh,
that's what he.
We were running out.
Rick, it didn't kind of go over his head. I think it was 20 foot over his head.
So we'll talk about a little
I think you almost threw the goalpost.
Little background here. So Bubba's cousin played football with Greg and me, and we went all the way through. He and I in the same grade. We were sophomores coming up. We literally, he and I both played on every single football team together at the school. So all the way through. So we're in the game, but remember, there is no second team special teams. Okay, the same people go out to snap and punt if the score's 7-6 or it's 40-0. So if you have, we both played on defense. We had been taken out of the game on defense, but we still had to go out every time that.
Hard to find.
Unfortunately, Jacksonville punted a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can't believe y'all had to punt.
But we had to punt because we're now down to we got some guys out there trying, and not a lot of depth in high school those days. So we're
Robbie outside linebacker and punter.
Yeah, me defensive tackle and long snapper. So we're running on the field. It's 40 to something. I don't know what it was, and it's late in the game. And I look at him and I say, "Get ready to run." And he goes, "No," and I can still see his mouthpiece like, "No." And he's grabbing his mouthpiece. I said, "I'm about to launch this," and I snapped it 20 feet over his head, and I can.
I
hear
think
him,
it was still rising when it went over his head.
I can hear him laughing as he's running after, and he's chasing after it. Of course, did not go over.
How was that on sideline?
Bad.
Did you play it off?
I said, must have got away from him. What? I heard.
Did Coach see it, or did he just? Was you able to tell him it wasn't that bad? Maybe even that Robbie dropped.
Well, the film was very distracting.
But that's Sunday. Right?
Did he start and stop
that night I did play it off that it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
But then Sunday, we've heard Sunday's coming.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Hey, mess with one of us, move both of us, man. To the phones we go, 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. At the end of 30, buzzer me. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Damon Johnson, our guest.
Oh, if you love music, Rick,
go get it.
He has performed with some of the biggest names out there.
To the phones we go. D's in North Alabama. What's up, buddy? Go ahead. North Alabama. Something about Greg.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, D.
Hey, hi, tuber member here in class of '94. We need to see a football weekend kickoff with Greg on those drums, and we'd love to see Speedy doing a tuber dance.
Wait a minute.
I don't know about that. That's going to
Well,
be tough.
I mean, it's okay.
He wants to try that.
Yeah,
Can you play drums to the country tuba songs?
Well, she wants you to do go. Can you do the tuba dance to go?
Yeah, he can.
I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, he can. He can do it.
Greg, you got to do go for another football weekend. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, y'all go ahead. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! There it is. We got them both in there. Y'all did it, guys. It was uncomfortable, but it looked good. Yeah, I know.
And yes, the face does come with it.
Yes, it does. Of course it does, Greg. Let's go to Jennifer in Kentucky. Jennifer, 30 seconds. Go.
Yes, I just wanted to touch base on the COVID topic you all were talking about this morning.
Mm-hmm.
My mother is currently battling stage 4 lung cancer and is in the nursing home. And last Thursday was diagnosed with COVID.
Ooh.
But thanks to our modern medicine and the things that the doctors and Basement Joe should be listening to, she had the antibodies infusion and is doing great. Yeah. And I just wanted to give that shout out for the medicines that are available.
Yeah, we have some great treatments, and just like all things, it may not work for everybody, but it works for lots, and for some. So I mean, why are we just acting like the treatments aren't there and they don't do anything? Because they do, and we've heard example after example after example after example. Let's go to Trey in Colorado. Trey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Trey.
Morning, guys. I wanted to let you guys know the real reason they're trying to fight this All Eyes of Texas song is because in the Civil War, Robert E. Lee had said to an infantry of Texas troops before a battle, the eyes of Texas are upon you. And so they have this tie to Robert E. Lee. And so he said that, so it must be racist.
Little stretch there.
The case, the LSU Tigers were named after infantry of Confederate soldiers, so we have to change their name too.
Yeah, you get Pandora's box. Well, we'll just take Pandora's box today.
What about the eyes of Texas are watching the ball game?
Yeah,
so, it's not the same thing.
What about concentrate on
watching
all
the
the?
team.
Why don't you concentrate, all of us, on the opportunities that are in front of us today?
Yeah,
there's
no need to refight that.
And let's
we
take
lost a lot
of
of people over that. No need to fight it again.
Let's go to Big Sky Country, where Big Mike is standing by. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you. It's my wife and I are having our 40th anniversary. So
Big 4-0. Where you taking her out in Big Sky Country to eat?
Well, now we're about to go fly fishing and catch some trout, and then we're going to go to Yellowstone over the next several days, and then big time.
I love it.
Yeah.
Sure. Hey, be sure and wear your mask. Be sure and wear your mask when you fly fishing. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
you know how dangerous Montana can be.
Yes.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
I still had the rhythm to go in my head, and I couldn't find it there for a minute.
Happy and go. Let's go.
Bubba was playing go during the break.
He was.
Really? Yeah.
Let's go to Don in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Don, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. This is your president, Donald Trump.
Hey, Trump.
From Huntsville. Hashtag Space Force. I just want to let you know, and the guys down in Boaz that are going to be facing the big stage in Jacksonville. I, too, know what it's like to be put on a big stage. But, hey, listen, I faced challenges. One time I was knocked down in a woodpile by the llama. And, I just grabbed my gun, and I shot him. I shot that llama, because you're not going to come on my turf and knock me down in the woodpile. You know
That's not bad.
Tried to stomp.
I don't even know what to say about all
He
that.
was running through a bunch. I like when he told the people at Boaz not to be nervous about that. Even though it wasn't Boaz, it was on the team.
I will tell those schools, though, when you go into a big stadium, if a lot of people don't come, the atmosphere is weird.
It is.
Let's go to Wendy in Mobile.
Kind of like when Bubba didn't play there.
Yep. Wendy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good, Wendy.
I was watching the CBS Sunday morning show, and they interviewed a man that runs a 911 museum, I think in New York. But he said the school kids that come in, the first thing he said is, what does 911, 9/11 mean to you? And they don't have a clue. They don't know the history of it. We've got to share it and keep it alive.
Yeah, well, maybe things like this weekend will help. Good opportunities for a lot of parents to discuss it. Matt in West Virginia. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys. I heard that EA Sports is bringing back college football because the name, image, and likeness. Only catch is Beth Mowins will be the announcer on the game.
No.
You know what? I ain't playing that game.
You're out.
Here, we're back with the NIL EA Sports College Football. Beth Mowins carrying you through the games, but you can play with the sound on. Let's go to Denise in Gadsden, Z93. Denise, go ahead.
Hey there, guys. Love listening to y'all. Thanks for all you do. But I got a question about the antibodies. Is the antibodies infusion man-made? Is it made by the scientists who did the vaccines? Do you know?
No, it's they actually took some of the very first people who recovered from COVID and sampled their antibodies, and then they have synthetically made them in the laboratory to copy those.
Okay.
And I had somebody email us yesterday saying that they've donated some of theirs again.
Right.
Just
right.
recently.
There's different forms of it, and there's some of the blood banks are taking donations now.
But yet it's not good enough for each person. That's weird, isn't it? I can donate it, but it's not good enough for me to have the antibodies. That doesn't make any sense.
That's like a cow needing a glass of milk, isn't it?
Yeah. Quick, get him a glass of milk.
Have a great weekend. West Mobile, see you guys Sunday night for Leeds, Alabama. Sherry will be headed there. Enjoy Rick and Bubba University this weekend, and we hope you have a great one. But if you got more Rick and Bubba today, stick around. It may be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick